What is everybody? Welcome back to Truth and Transparency. Mackenzie, SHiRILla, the bind over transcripts, part 1. Again, good morning, all day, every day. It is July 15th, almost halfway through the month. Summer is flying. So, this is just something that I wanted to cover for personal reasons. The bind over hearing, I'm going to just jump right into it. The bind over hearing was to basically say, okay, Mackenzie, SHiRILla, it's a probable cause hearing to be able to charge you as an adult. And so what this is all these transcripts were printed out. And the audio recorded hearing held before Judge Jennifer L. O'Malley. So it was a different judge. You guys can check out the date there. The crash, 2022, arrested in November of 2022. And then this is March of 2023. And these are the witnesses that testified. Brett Stanslaw is a firefighter. Esther, I mean, Esther's is a doctor, but she couldn't remember. She's like, I don't even know if I ever even saw Mackenzie, SHiRILla. And then Adam McQuaid. Now, Adam McQuaid he was like basically equivalent to like a Trooper Paul. And there you go, Trooper Elliott. Is it Rawson? And then, as you can see, look at objections. This man, her attorney, laid out 3 objections the entire time in this section. And remember, this is a probable cause. So Tim was representing, the assistant prosecuting attorney. Allison was his, then basically, he basically ran the show. So she was an assistant to him. And then who was present for the defendant was the defendant, her mom, her dad. And so we're going to be skipping some parts. But again, this wasn't something that you could watch. You had to go get the transcripts if you wanted to understand what even took place. So I just want everybody to know the beginning part, which was a probable cause hearing, and the burden for probable cause. Remember that standard is it's probable cause standard. This is not like beyond a reasonable doubt. This is that beyond just like a reasonable suspicion. It goes into probable cause. So we are set for a probable cause hearing today as it relates to the complaint filed by the Cuyahoga County Prosecutor's Office on November 4th of 2022. As well as the motion for an order to relinquish jurisdiction filed by the Cuyahoga Prosecutor's Office on November 7th, as well as the notice of mandatory bind over requesting a probable cause hearing also filed on November 7th by the prosecutor's office. They immediately wanted to charge her as an adult. As you can see that date, she was arrested in November. They wanted to charge her as an adult immediately. This wasn't like... So if the parties could please state their name on the record. So then you have Tim, behalf of the state. And at the prosecutor's table, he had the lead detective, Zachy Hazu. I don't know how he says the last name, but he's with the Strongsville Police Detective Bureau, and the prosecutor, Allison Kapach. I think that's how she says her name, but don't know. Now the court, okay, I normally do not ask victims' family members to state their names for the record. If anyone wanted to, you're free to do so. And then they went to, now Mr. McDonald. I'm just going to be completely frank with you guys. I don't care what anybody has to say about her. Like, everybody deserves a fair trial. Everybody deserves competent representation. Like, period. End of story. So you could say whatever you. So I'm putting aside anything that I feel personally about anything. Did Mackenzie SHiRILla have a fair shake here? Was she properly represented? And you guys, the fucking answer to that question is absolutely not. I mean, this guy did nothing. He didn't even know that certain reports existed. When I say this guy, her attorney, this man right here. I want to know why Netflix, probably because he wouldn't do it. Why didn't Netflix try to get in touch with him and have him part of the show? Because he sucks. He didn't do his job. And so think about this. By him not doing his job, should the family have to go through all of this all over again? Should these families have to go through all of this all over again? This guy was a prosecutor in Brooklyn, not Brooklyn, New York. Little Brooklyn is right next to Cleveland. I had no idea that until I started researching this case, which was just recently. So Mr. McDonald is his name, her attorney. Your Honor, may it please the court, my name is Jim McDonald, and I represent Mackenzie SHiRILla. Okay, thank you. Mackenzie, can you please state your name on the record? And then they announced like her father. So these were all the people that were there. Her grandparents were there. Her aunt was there. So any preliminary matters that we need to address before getting started? I believe there's one, Your Honor. At this time, the state of Ohio moves the court to dismiss in its entirety count 13, count 16, and count 17, and count 18 of the complaint. Mr. McDonald says, okay, thank you. I assume there's no objection to that. And he says, her attorney says, no, Your Honor. Okay, so we will then proceed on counts 1 through 12 and then 14 and 15, correct? Yes. All right. Before we get into testimony and opening statements, Mackenzie, as you are aware, the state of Ohio has filed this complaint against you. They've also filed a motion to relinquish jurisdiction, which is what we refer to sometimes as a bind over motion, okay? They've also filed a notice of mandatory bind over. The state of Ohio believes that based on your age at the time of the alleged offense and the facts, as they believe that they exist, that you are not amenable to care and rehabilitation within the juvenile court system. Like, nothing is going to come from that if she goes and is dealt with the juvie. So the juvenile court system. And that the safety of the community requires subjecting you to adult sanctions. Okay. So this is how it's being explained. So when the state of Ohio files motions like that, the only thing that the court can do once that motion is filed is proceed with what's called this probable cause hearing. Okay, so she's explaining this all, which I thought was awesome. Because you were 17 years old at the time of the alleged offense and you are charged with a category 1 offense in counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So those are aggravated murder and murder charges. Those are considered category 1 offenses. If the court finds that the state meets their burden as it relates to probable cause for those counts, that's what requires this to be a mandatory bind over. So what was at stake here was to meet the probable cause of those 1 through 6 counts, which all had to do with the crime murder. If the court finds that the state meets their burden as it relates to probable cause for those counts, that's what requires this to be a mandatory bind over. So if the state meets their burden, the court then is required to relinquish jurisdiction and transfer your case to the adult general division. Okay. If this happens, you would at that point receive a bond. Okay. Which is one right you don't currently have on a juvenile matter. I did not know that. I learned that. And if that does happen, then you would be transferred to the adult general division, where your case would then be presented directly to the grand jury for indictment. So at the state of Ohio, obviously you have the right to have this probable cause hearing. The state of Ohio needs to show that there is sufficient credible evidence. Sufficient credible evidence. That's what probable cause means, okay? Sufficient credible evidence. It's very, very important. Now, her lawyer did nothing. And that's why I think it's important for you guys to see this. So at this stage of the proceedings, the determination is what is the proper jurisdiction of your case. Does it stay in the juvenile court, or should it be transferred to the general division? So the state needs to just show probable cause as it relates to all of these counts. If they show probable cause as it relates to the category 1 offenses, that's what requires a mandatory bind over. If the court does not find as though the state of Ohio has met their burden as it relates to the mandatory bind over aspect, this case then just becomes a discretionary bind over. Okay, like then it's up to the discretion of her. We would then come back for a second hearing, which is called, and that's like an amenability one. At that hearing, it would be left up to my discretion on whether or not you would be amenable to rehabilitation and services within the juvenile court system. And there are a bunch of factors in the Ohio Revised Code that I would be required to consider and weigh those factors and then make a determination, okay? So the judge that did this is not the same judge that she had for her trial. This was Judge O'Malley, okay, who she saw for this. And then the person that she sees for her trial was Judge Russo. Now, if at the conclusion of today's hearing, I find that the state has not met their burden and I don't find probable cause, then your case does not get dismissed, okay? That's not what that means. This is just for the bind over. So this isn't like a preliminary hearing. That just means that the case stays here in juvenile court and we would proceed with trial on a different day. Do you understand all of that? Yes? And she's like, yes, ma'am. Okay, the court says, so you do have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I know that you do have Mr. McDonald here to represent you. You have this hearing today, and you have the right to hold the state of Ohio to that burden of probable cause. You will have the right through Mr. McDonald to question any witnesses that the prosecutors bring in to testify. You also have the right to subpoena your own witnesses. Oh, does she? This motherfucker didn't do anything. Again, hater, lover, you have to put that aside and you have to look at truly what went on here. You have the right to subpoena your own witnesses. A subpoena is a court order to bring those people in here to testify and present evidence on your behalf. And you do have the right to remain silent. You could also choose to testify or not to testify. And if you choose not to testify, nobody here can comment on that silence. And it cannot be used against you because you do have that right under the Fifth Amendment. Do you understand all of those rights? Yes, Your Honor. No, she doesn't. I know that that's a lot of information to take in, okay? Then we will get started. Are there any stipulations? Are there any stipulations? Stipulating is when parties agree on something and then you have to take it to the court for them to allow it. Are there any stipulations or anything we need to address before getting started? Tim says, Mr. Trope here says, 1 minute, Your Honor. Sure, Your Honor. Mr. McDonald's informed me that he will stipulate to the age and date of the birth of Mackenzie SHiRILla. The date of birth being August 2nd, 2004. Now, the court then says, okay, is that correct, Mr.? So the reason that they do that, I mean, that's stipulating to something like that. We're just cutting down time. We're not going to come in and talk about birth certificates, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yes. Would I stipulate to that? Sure. Yes, Your Honor. Okay. Mackenzie, what that means is that the state of Ohio, some of the things that they would need to prove is that the court has jurisdiction to even hear this case because you're like a juvenile, meaning that you were a juvenile at the time of the alleged offense. Okay. So a lot of the time people will stipulate to their date or to their date of birth, just saying that the court has jurisdiction to hear the case. When this happened, she was 17. Because that's part of the burden of proof on the on the state. So what that means, yes, Your Honor, I will accept that the stipulation and that was your age at the date, okay? All right, anything else? No, Your Honor. And then McDonald says, no, Your Honor. Okay, well, opening statement on behalf of the state. Mr. Trope says, thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Your Honor, on the screen is State's Exhibit 4. This exhibit will be later used to inquire of witnesses. This is a Google overhead of where this event took place. This is Progressive Drive in Strongsville, Ohio, where on July 31st, about 6:15 in the morning, a passerby saw a catastrophic car crash. The car had crashed where this arrow indicates into the corner of a brick structure. It's the Pildco company. Progressive Drive runs down an industrial sort of a parkway, and it's a little over 0.7 of a mile long. The emergency people, police, fire, they responded and they found a 2018 Toyota Corolla that was driven by Mackenzie SHiRILla put into this building. Now, I thought she had a Toyota Camry. Was it a Camry or a Corolla? Which was it? Next, also in the car were bodies of Mackenzie's boyfriend, Dominic Russo, and his friend, Davion Flanagan. When the emergency personnel arrived, the car was already cool to the touch. And subsequent investigation revealed that the crash had occurred approximately 45 minutes before the wreck was found. The initial reaction from the responders, from anybody who heard about this, was that this was a group of young folk and that they had been carrying on and partying. The initial reaction from the responders, from anybody who heard about this, was that this was a group of young folk and that they had been carrying on partying. Mackenzie was a recent Strongsville High School graduate, and that somebody had lost control of the car, and that was what had caused this. Now, if I am the defense attorney right here, the initial reaction from responders, from anybody who heard about this, I'm going to hold Tim saying that. Are we talking your initial as in like the day of, or like what are we talking about initial down the road? As the investigation was undertaken, the police, because I want to ask why this investigation was undertaken. As the investigation was undertaken, the police continued to look to try to explain this horrible crash. And with each peel of the onion that they unraveled, each piece of evidence that came back to them led them to believe that this was an intentional act. Now, I want you to think about this in the way that we thought about the Karen Reed case. Okay? And I truly want you to think about this. Karen Reed had how many witnesses testify on her behalf? How many of those were expert witnesses? Mackenzie SHiRILla had 0. Not here at the bindover and not in her trial. None. No expert in any capacity testified on the behalf of Mackenzie SHiRILla. The police started interviewing witnesses. Witnesses to what? Witnesses to what? Think about it. Think about Aruba. The police started interviewing witnesses. They learned that the 3 youths had gone to several friends' homes the night before preceding Saturday night on July 30th. But they learned that these weren't parties. What kid is going to tell you who's underage that they're partying, that they're drinking, that they're doing drugs? When you talk to police officers, they're going to admit to underage, crimes. Witnesses that talked to the police told them that there was no drinking. They told them that Mackenzie SHiRILla was not using drugs, that she was not ingesting alcohol. In fact, she was sleeping and watching South Park. They learned about the relationship between Mackenzie SHiRILla and her boyfriend, Dominic Russo, that the relationship had become strained and volatile, and that they uncovered evidence of a prior incident that happened on July 17th out on I-71 headed north from Strongsville. Well, I just happened to go to Cleveland and I took pictures all up and down I-71 over there between Bagley Road, I should say Pearl, Bagley, 82, and Medina on both sides. I just did this over July 4th weekend. In case you guys did not know, welcome to the transparency. I am from Cleveland, born and raised. Then I went and attended college in Cincinnati, and now I'm halfway in between, Cleveland and Cincinnati and Columbus. Love my 3 C's, baby. Why doesn't somebody Google and see if Cleveland had flock cameras in 2022, July? See if Cleveland was utilizing any flock contracts in July of 2022. Now, the police, it says that the police talked to an eyewitness. An eyewitness who had witnessed an event that happened there. And there are phone conversations, text messages to corroborate what this witness told the police. But he told them that Dominic Russo's mother received a telephone call from Dominic saying, "I'm out of the car. I'm out on I-71. I need some help." come and get me. Mackenzie's trying to wreck the car. A man named Christopher Hench responded out to the side of the highway. And as he was driving to the scene, he told detectives that he was on the telephone with Dominic Russo, and he overheard Mackenzie SHiRILla say over that telephone call, "I'll crash this car right now." How the hell can that come in play? What? That's hearsay. I highlighted this also to say, here's her attorney. You want to find out what time of day that phone call was, where Chris Henchman really truly was. You want to just double check these facts right here, because remember, Mackenzie's over here saying, no, that's not the way that it happened, right? And she's saying that she has text messages proving it the other way. Now, Mr. Hench went on to tell the detectives that when he pulled up behind the car, the same Toyota Camry, now it's a Camry, that he observed Mackenzie SHiRILla physically strike Dominic Russo. And I'm like, wait, what? Woo. I'm going to show you several videos that took place 3 days after that incident. And this occurred in Dominic Russo's house, where he was surreptitiously recording Mackenzie SHiRILla as she beat on his door, as she berated him, belittled him, broke the doorknob, threatened to cause damage to his house. Those phone calls are important because they carry the theme of this case, which is this was a relationship between Mackenzie and Dominic where she was in control. She was the dominant person. She was willing to resort to violence to control Dominic. I highlighted that because where is there a pattern of violence? And were the police called? Is there any, instances that between them? You'll hear testimony from the detective that he interviewed. Angelo Russo is the brother of Dominic. That Dominic's brother, and Angelo Russo provided more information about the volatile relationship between these two people. Well, Angelo was in Florida. And so you'd want to clear up where Angelo was, when he was there, how long he was there, and was he there for any of these events? And I already know the answer to that. Christina Russo provided a statement. That is his mom. And my heart breaks for this family. I cannot believe all the body-worn camera that they have and that's out there of when Dominic's family found out. It's awful. It's so freaking sad. And I'm really kind of confused that the cops were just like lingering around. It's really weird to me. Like they weren't. You guys need to watch those body cams. You want to talk about privacy? I believe that Christine deserved not to have those out there. If you want to talk about, when I look at all these different cases that we cover, there's no blurring of anything. She's literally being told that her son died in a car accident. Awful, fucking awful. Makes me like it gives me like that, that stomach puke, like when you think you're about to puke. When I was watching it, that's what my reaction was like for her. I was having a reaction that how I was feeling for her to possibly hear. Like, it was just got like you want to barf. Like I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. It's wrong that it's out there. But Dominic's mother, she provided more information about the nature of the relationship and that Dominic was trying to get out of this relationship. And so here, if you're the defense attorney, you're listening to everything that Tim is saying. Timothy is the prosecutor here. You're listening to everything that he's saying, and you're going to hold him to the fire on all of this shit. I tell Tim was like literally going up against a freshman basketball team. And Tim was like the starting center on the high school team, the varsity team. I mean, I don't even know if I could put this guy on the freshman team. He may even be in the middle school bench warmer. When they investigated the crash, okay, who is they? Well, when they investigated the crash, Strongsville detectives uncovered several videos, and these videos are so important to this case. They are both ways, in my opinion. But do you know that in order to be a Strongsville police officer, give it up for Strongsville here, ready? You have to have a 4-year degree. Woo, Strongsville, baby. Now, the first video is taken at approximately 5:34 in the morning, and it shows the Camry driven by a Mackenzie SHiRILla. It does not show that she's driving. Can you actually see her? Can you zoom in? And I'm just saying, can you see that she's driving? And you can see that the Camry is definitely operable and moving, right? Driving down Pearl Road, and it shows her put on her blinker. She's driving slowly and very controlled. She takes a controlled right-hand turn onto Progressive, not speeding. The next video is from this yellow circle here. This is the Parma Movers. It's maybe 2/3 of the way down that street. It's about 3/10 of a mile from the ultimate impact site. And there's a video there that shows the Camry as it goes by. We had an expert from the Ohio State Patrol I'm putting that there just to reinforce, like, when we're talking about the Ohio State Patrol, they do all of our crashes, who reviewed that video along with other video footage and did an expert reconstruction of the crash screen. I think he meant to say scene, you know what I mean? Now, expert reconstruction. I believe that that's misleading. But you guys can be the judge of that. And his report ultimately concludes that when Mackenzie SHiRILla drove the car past this spot on the Parma Movers, she was driving 97 and 98 miles per hour at that point, more than approximately a quarter of a mile from the impact site. How far from the turning on the blinking when she turns on to Parma Movers, how far is that distance? She got a Camry up to 97 or 98 miles an hour at that site. The third video was taken from this Eurofins test oil site where the yellow circle is here and it actually shows the crash. It doesn't. Additional forensic evidence, what is this? Was conducted on the event data recorder. We have an expert who's going to testify about that, and he's going to tell you evidence consistent with the accelerator never being lifted. 100% acceleration for at least the last 5 seconds before impact. But it's also going to tell you something else. And He will also tell you that the service brake pedal in the Camry was never depressed. We had the Camry examined by a forensic mechanic. Forensic mechanic. That's the verbiage. He examined all of the working parts. Now that's very important. He examined all of the working parts. There's so much stuff in that car that was not working. Okay. We have engineering reports from the Toyota, service records from that Toyota. The ultimate conclusion, not, you should be using words about a scientific degree of certainty, right? The ultimate conclusion, that verbiage is not good enough. The ultimate conclusion was there was nothing wrong with that Toyota. There was nothing about that car that mechanically contributed to this crash. The police obtained search warrants and got Mackenzie SHiRILla's blood samples, and they got her medical records. This is going to be important. You'll hear from the doctor who treated her. This is a false statement. That she was treated for. You'll hear from the doctor who treated her, what she was treated for. You will hear evidence supporting the conclusion that this was not a medical emergency that caused this crash. This is, again, misleading. And here, if her attorney was listening to what this, who I love Tim to death. Tim's doing his job. But you would be listening to everything that they're saying. Not to mention the fact that you'd have done your homework before any of this started, and you'd have went through all these binders and shit, and you would have known exactly how to attack this. Like, come on. Like, I could, you guys are going to be shocked. At the end of the investigation, systematically, piece by piece, for months, so basically August, September, October, 3 months, piece by piece for months, the detectives were left with but one conclusion. They eliminated any other reasonable explanation other than a calculated effort to take life. A calculated effort. And so, Your Honor, our burden here is low. It's some credible evidence to each element. And that's what I intend to show. Something more than mere suspicion. I think he does a really good job of saying that. Credibility will be a factor, and Your Honor, I want to be held to that burden. That was an amazing line there. Tim needs to get kudos for that line. That's the most important thing whenever you would be going with a bench jury or a bench trial, is credibility is everything. Everything. Credibility will be a factor, and Your Honor, I want to be held to that burden. We do not have to disprove hypothetical or alternative defense theories, and I will make no effort to do so. Well, you know why he could say that? Because there's going to be no, who's going to get up there and testify against anything that you presented? They didn't present anything. Tim knew that he could say this. We do not have to disprove hypothetical or alternative defense theories, and I will make no effort to do so. I want to show you the evidence and what the investigation revealed. Thank you. Now, let's get the drum roll going. And I'm like, oh my God. Okay, let's see what this guy's got. Right? You're fighting for your client's life. Mr. McDonald, Your Honor, may it please the court. It appears that the prosecutor's theory has shifted from that this was a suicide to now that it's an active choice of purposeful. Okay. When you want to say this, you need to show during this whole thing, probable cause hearing, that this was what they were leaning towards. Okay. And this was their theory, because look at how you're saying this. It appears that the prosecution's theory has shifted from that this was a suicide to now that it's an active choice of purposeful with prior calculation and designed to kill somebody in this car. It doesn't make sense. They're going all over the place. What? I don't know what's before this judge prior to this bind over, okay? But you better explain what you mean by they're going all over the place. Mr. Trope, so he's saying, that's Tim's last name. Mr. Trope said, some credible evidence. Well, actually, I think it's sufficient credible evidence is the actual definition. And I hesitate. Look at this. I hesitate to go over this because obviously you know it, but aggravated murder is purposely and with prior calculation and design purposely. Then murder A is purposely caused the death, or murder B caused the death as a proximate result of committing the felonious assault. And obviously the felonious assault also has the purposeful in it. So Mr. McDonald here, he just believes by saying, Judge, you know the standard of all of this. You know the elements. Okay. Explaining it to a jury. All right. So that's not what this is. And nor are we at a jury trial. This is just for the bind over. He's basically just saying, like, I know that you know this. And this is how he wants to word it. So those are the charges that are mandatory. Purposely is a specific intent to commit a certain result. And I highlighted that. Now, when we talk about mens rea, the other thing, the lesser element, is the term knowingly. When a person's aware that a conduct will result in a certain result. Cause and effect, motherfuckers. The mens rea is not knowingly. It's higher than that. Purposely, prior calculation and design. I made a little bit of fun with Mackenzie when I talked to her that she's up to 100 pounds today, she told me. They opened the door. They're saying that she's a violent person and that she controls everything. Do you guys see this? I thought that there was an issue with the transcripts. I made a little bit. So he just goes into this next sentence that he wants to say. I made a little bit of fun with Mackenzie when I talked to her that she's up to 100 pounds today, she told me. They opened the door, meaning Tim has opened this door. They opened the door. They're saying that she's a violent person and that she controls everything. Why didn't you object to any of that, by the way? Well, we'll just hear about Mr. Russo, and I'm certain at the conclusion of this, you will find the prosecutors have failed to meet their burden. That's it. Holy shit. What the hell did I just read? They opened the door. They're saying she's a violent person, that she controls everything. Well, just hear about Mr. Russo. And I'm certain at the conclusion of this, you will find the prosecutors have failed to meet their burden. Nothing further. Who is all over the place? This man could even formulate a fucking sentence. You guys, that was his opening. That was his opening statement. I don't care. Hate this fucking girl. Hate her parents. I don't give a fuck. This is unbelievable. What is this? Mackenzie could have fucking said something better than that. You think that this is a man prepared for a bind-over hearing? Do you think this is a man even prepared for a conference status update? This is disgusting. This man is a prosecutor. He runs the Brooklyn. And I'll bring it up on a map so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Little old Brooklyn over here. You guys, that was it. The court says thank you. You may call your first witness. You may call your first witness. Here's your first witness. Now, this crash happened. It's important to understand. This crash happened in Strongsville. Okay. Strongsville has, obviously, like all cities, neighboring cities. So Strongsville butts up to Berea. Does it hit a piece of Parma? Does it hit a piece of, I'm trying to think, what would be over there? Does it hit any piece of like, let's see. Well, Brooklyn. Okay. Fairview. I'm trying to think, does it hit Fairview? Anyways, so the first person, the reason I'm telling you guys this is that the first witness that I would expect to hear from, okay, is potentially the person that maybe would want to introduce the 911 call, right? To kind of lay that out. But again, this is just probable cause, whatever. I don't know. But they're going to call this Captain Brett Sainslaw. And now, according to the transcripts, it's saying that the girl, Allison, takes this as direct. Could you please state and spell your first name? You know, yes, I'm captain for the Berea Fire Department. Now, you notice how it does not say Strongsville. I work full-time for the city of Berea as a captain. He is employed how? Yes, I am a captain for the Berea Fire Department. Notice how it's not Strongsville. So he was assigned to assist. It was assisting agency call out and to come there. And let me first ask you, do you have any particular training that you had to initially go through? So then they're going to go through that. Okay. And yes, as far as being, so it was like, yes, you start as an ENT basic, and then you path was, I went ENT basic, then I got my fire certification, then my paramedic certification. So, okay. So we're going to skip the part that it talks about his background. But right here. You're up to date on everything. Do you have any other additional specialties or training that you've ever taken since you were captain? Yes, our medical control. They require us to have what's called BLS, which is a basic life support, ACS, which is advanced life support, PALS, which is pediatric advanced life support. And you would want to do your homework to know what this truly is. My part-time employer previously made us have a certification called, what's your, who's your part-time employer? I don't currently have any more. I don't currently have that anymore, but that doesn't really change the level of care we provide. I'm also a hazardous material and WMB technician, state certified fire inspector. Okay. Thank you. And with regard to all those additional specialties, are you currently up to date in all those certificates and trainings for those? Yes. Regardless of the one that you just stated, yes. Okay. So my job as a shift captain. Okay. So the Berea Fire Department, we have 3 24-hour shifts. I'm currently on A shift. But at the time of the incident that we're here for, I was on B shift. So now, why did Atlanta highlight that? You're going to see. But our department operates on an 8 a.m. start time. We work all the way till 8 a.m. the following day. So this would have been at the end. So this call out would be at the end of a shift because it was right before, if they're getting the call out at 6:15 in the morning, that's right before 8 a.m. So this would be at the end of somebody's 24 hours. My job as a shift captain is to be in charge of the day-to-day operations response to emergencies. I start my day off by assigning all the members that I have on my crew to whatever their riding positions are for the day. Conduct any training that we need, conduct any inspections that are carried out, and just be in charge of instances that may arise. Okay. And if you can just explain for us, say, a typical call at the fire department, how many guys are out on a call? It can vary day to day, and it also varies on call to call. We have a 7-man shift. So our minimum manning is 5. So that there's anywhere between 7 and 5 guys, depending on time off, but there's always 5 guys. If we just receive a call that involves a medical emergency that can be deemed BLS in nature, meaning like a less severe call, there's an initial response of 3 firefighters, possibly 2 firefighters, and an officer and an ambulance. If it's something that it sounds like it's a more serious call medically, then it would be a full, complete, the members of what he was saying. If we get any type of car accident, it's an all hands response if it's in our city. If it's in our city. If we get a fire call, it's an all hands response with the engine and the ambulance as well. Okay, thanks. Now, Captain Staines. Now they're spelling, I think, different, but is there ever a time where the Berea Fire Department will assist other cities in either a fire or emergency? So the first thing I wondered when I saw this is why are they asking for the assisting agency? That's what I wanted to know. I'm like, why would they call this person as their first witness? And you're going to see right here why. Yes. There's 2 forms of ways we provide assistance and also receive assistance. And one being mutual aid, which is typically reserved for an ambulance call. Ambulance calls seem to be the majority of what goes on. And from time to time, if one city is overwhelmed or if we're overwhelmed, we require mutual aid. And that's just something that we need to request assistance from an outside agency to come into our city, or we are requested to go into their city. There's another form called automatic aid, which is if there's some sort of like a verified fire or multiple calls on a fire, that somebody is a large scale incident. There's multiple units from multiple cities dispatched at the same time. Okay, great. Thanks. Okay. And after you are dispatched to a call, whether that be an emergency call or a call for a fire, could you explain to the court how your department documents your progress? This is why this man was called to the stand. So now I want you guys to think about Anthony Flamati. Okay, Anthony Flamati and Nut from Nuttall from the Karen Reed case. And we're talking about documenting, because where they're getting their information from and what they're labeling and stuff, you guys are going to fall over. So this is why this man was called. Documents your responses and documents your treatment of an individual on the scene. Okay, we have two forms of documentation that is done for each call. There is an NFIRS report, which is a basic. It's called a National Fire Incident Response System that categorizes the type of response into a code. For fire calls, there's a much more in-depth narrative that is provided in that type of an incident. That is also done for a fire and EMS call, but essentially gathers all the times, and it's used for statistics at the state level, and I think the national level as well. When we would go on an EMS call, there's an additional report that's filed. It's a patient care report. Very important. This is what they're relying on. The times that are gathered or are response times, time of dispatch, response, and patient care, those are all incorporated or automatically generated from our dispatch center. Well, we know how some of that can be. Okay, great. Thank you. Captain, you said before when I was questioning you, you said on the day of this incident, I was working shift B. Do you recall saying that? Yes. Well, I was assigned to shift B yesterday. But forgive me, I may have been on an overtime. Look at this. I may have been on overtime A shift now that I think about it, because the two guys that I responded by are on the call with me. This is important. If you're working an overtime shift, you know what that usually means? You're not as fresh. Just saying. You'd want to use that to your advantage. So I want you to see how this man's answering questions. Yes, well, I was assigned to shift B yesterday. But forgive me, I may have been on overtime on A shift now that I think about it, because of the two guys that I responded with on the call with me. Captain, were you in fact then on duty on July 31st of 2022? Well, you'd want to ask, what do you mean is overtime? Like, how is it? Like, you're still at the fire department and everything, right? And so you want to ask, how many days had you worked? Like, if you worked the 24, you want to, what's up, Jay Brilliant, baby? Again, for the record, what is B shift? It would have been, I believe, an A shift given the two personnel that were on the call with me. And now that I remember, I believe I was on overtime that day, but I was working shift work on that day. Okay. And so you should be really confused here. Anybody that's reading this, anybody that's listening to it should be really confused. What? Okay. And did you have an opportunity to be involved in a call? Yes. Okay. And did you recall if that was, and they're saying, we didn't know what she was saying. And Captain, did you respond to that call? Yes. Okay. And after you responded to that call, did you document all of your findings in one form of those documents that you had mentioned before? Correct. Yes. The patient care report. Isn't it wild? And if I showed you a copy of that patient care report, would you be able to identify it? Yes. May approach. Yep. He says, States Exhibit 6. Yes, States Exhibit 6. Okay. So he's mentioning that, McDowell. Captain, I'm handing you what has been labeled or marked as States Exhibit 6. Okay. If you could look at that, States Exhibit 6, and let me know if you recognize it. Yes. And what is States Exhibit 6? This is an electronic copy of the patient care report that I completed. If you could see up on the screen, she asks, Captain, is what is on the screen the same document that you have in your possession? Yes. Okay, Captain. If you could just first walk us through how you received the call to respond to Progressive Drive and what you did next. Now, this is where you, if you're paying attention as a defense attorney, you would go ham. Okay, I mean, I don't specifically remember exactly what happened. Excuse me? That's his first sentence. You would then be objecting. He has no recollection. I don't remember anything. Look at, okay, I mean, I don't specifically remember exactly what happened. I believe, Your Honor, I'm going to object. The witness does not know what happened. He has, I mean, no recollection of this. He doesn't recall. He says, I believe the time of this call was, I know it was in the morning. I don't recall if we were up at that point in time, but what happens at our station is given this time. So he wants to then generalize and say, but this is how we handle things. This is what we're supposed to do. So you see this right here? But what happens at our station is given this time, typically the guys would still be sleeping in. He's giving a hypothetical. He has no personal knowledge. He doesn't remember this. So he's going to tell you what normally happens. And I'm just like, I would be objecting to the fact that he's not saying anything from his memory. He's testifying about what they normally do on a day. We receive an overhead page that's requesting whatever vehicle it is, and it gives a location. And it gives a reason for response, like to go there. I do remember getting called for an MVA, a mutual aid squad for an MVA in Strongsville. That's like the assisting agency type of call. I do remember getting called for an MVA. Okay. And just to back you up, you keep saying we received a call at this time and the others were sleeping at this time. Yeah. Is the time that you received the call documented on your report? Yes. The time that we receive it at the station is the dispatch time. That would be 6:28 and 26 seconds. So he's just reading from his report. So, okay, 6:28:26. That would be AM. Is that correct? What time did the 911 call come in? This is what Tim said, that a passerby, he said 6:15. So we don't have a dispatch right now of the night. Like, what's the 911 call? This would be 15 minutes later. Just saying. That would be AM. Is that correct? Correct. I'm just going to direct your attention below that it says 6:28. So this is the question. That it says 6:28 and 26 seconds. Underneath directing you again to what you just described, dispatch, it says en route. What does that mean? That is when we are physically in the piece of apparatus we're responding in, and we are en route to wherever the location is being requested. That means that I had to manually press a button, though, for that to click. Okay. And so you were, at the same time that it was dispatched, you were able to get into your vehicle at the same time and press en route? So, okay. And what time does that say? 6:29 and 38 seconds. So it's like, no, now we have, this is when the dispatch came in. So now you're saying that you were able to literally get in and be on your way within 1 minute and 10 seconds. And you'd want to make a point of that to say, like, that's really good response time, right? So people weren't sleeping. And right below, if I could direct your attention to where it says on scene, do you see that? Yes. Okay, and what time? Okay, and what time is that? 6:37 and 28 seconds. So it took them about 10 minutes. Okay, and does that mean, or was that the time you responded to the scene? That is when we arrived on scene and were awaiting assignment by the incident commander for Strongsville Fire. And what time is that? 6:30? That's like the judge asking. On scene time was 6:37 and 28 seconds. Thank you, says the court. She's looking at the document. Captain, if you could just explain to the court, when you arrived on scene, what did you do next? Very well asked. Wasn't leading. Okay. Explain what happened next. When I arrived on scene, we parked our squad a little bit away just to make sure we had maneuverability to go whatever direction we were needed to go. I don't recall what street we parked on. I got out of the vehicle and I recognized the individual who was in charge from Strongsville. So I walk up to him and I ask what our assignment was going to be. And he advised us that we were going to be transporting or rendering care to the driver of the vehicle. Now, this is when you would want to cross-reference and look at the timestamps of the body-worn camera. If you're a defense attorney. He said they were still in the process of removing the vehicle from the wreckage. So I went back to my ambulance. So here he says he's in an ambulance. I told my crew what our assignment was, and we started gathering equipment and putting it on our stretcher and made our way over to the near the vicinity of where the vehicle was laying. Okay. And again, just to draw your attention here, underneath on scene, it says patient contact. Do you see that? Yes. And what time was that? Do you recall? So how you would want to do that actually is to say, do you recall what time you got to the patient? Well, if I could look at my report, but she just directs him to read from the report. And so the report says, and he says, that says 6:48 a.m. So, oh gosh, what did I just do? So now think about this. You just got on scene 6:37. Now it says that you are getting to the patient at 6:48, 10 minutes. To make contact with the patient. Okay. And if you could explain for the court, what does patient contact mean? Patient contact is when we start rendering care to the patient. So there was a little bit of a delay. This is the guy testifying. So there was a little bit of a delay from once we arrived on scene to when we were given our assignment. What? You said when you got there that you knew who the person was and you walked right up to them and that they told you what it was going to be. Do you see how he thinks that he needs to make an excuse for this? But he just testified that right when he got there, he knew who was in charge. He walked right up. This is what your assignment's going to be. So there was a little bit of a delay from once we arrived on scene to when we were given our assignment. Well, that's not what you just said. And then there was a little bit further delay when we began rendering care due to the fact of the patient's location. and entanglement and entrapment in the vehicle. So right here, he is saying that when he was there, she was in the car. So they were still actively basically extracting her from the vehicle, from the victim from the car at the point in time. So there was a little bit of a delay between when we received the patient and rendering care. That doesn't even make sense. As soon as you would have received the patient, there's going to be no time between receiving the patient and rendering care. There would be time between us receiving the patient. Because what are you talking about? Unless you're going to explain the fact that we started to talk to her while she was in the car. And you'd want to ask those type of questions on cross-examination. Because it matters. Because this is what the judge is relying on. This patient care form, which is a joke. And so the attorney then says, the prosecutor says, okay, and at what point in time were you able to come in contact with Miss SHiRILla? And at any point in time were you able to come? He says, yes. Okay. And when you first came in contact with her, what do you begin doing? Well, why is she asking that question? Because it's stating that you came in contact with the patient, Mackenzie SHiRILla, at 6:38. So this question of, okay, and at any point in time, were you able to come in contact with Miss SHiRILla? What? Yes. Okay. And when you first came in contact with her, what do you begin doing? I believe. What do you begin doing? I believe there was a firefighter in the back of a Strongsville firefighter that was sitting in the back seat, and he was holding C-spine, which is a cervical spine. That's essentially putting your hands gently around somebody's neck to prevent their head from moving left to right. What were you doing? So when I saw that he's saying that there was a Strongsville firefighter in the vehicle, I then immediately, my head goes to, why didn't they call the Strongsville Fire Department to the stand? They didn't have to fill out a patient care form. That's where everybody's head should be thinking here is, why did they call Berea to the stand here? This is their first witness. I just remember, I don't distinctively remember what direction we ended up getting her out. What? But we then grabbed our backboard after they were able to lift the dash, cut away what was needed to be cut away. We put a backboard down. I do not recall if we took her out head first or feet first, but we worked in conjunction with Strongsville to get her out of the car. I would just think that this is something that would never leave your recollection because this is so, like, do you see that crash? And then once you start removing somebody, let's look at this. And then once you start removing somebody on a backboard like that, you start just visually checking. What do you mean? Now, again, he's talking in hypotheticals, or he's talking about this is what we're supposed to do, or this is what happens in calls, but I don't remember any of this. So take a look at how he says this. And then once you start removing somebody, he's speaking in just general terms of this is what you do, not this is what I did. And then once you start removing somebody on a backboard like that, you start just visually checking, is this patient still breathing? Is this patient conscious? So you note any overt, obvious injuries that you can see. So right here, I'd be making a note if I was defending, making a note saying, do you just mentally remember all of this stuff? Like when you're doing anything that you're asking questions and you're trying to figure all this stuff out, do you just make mental notes to yourself? Or do you have like some type of like device that you're punching stuff in as it's happening? And I do remember noticing that one of her legs obviously had an injury to it. You could tell she was breathing, you know, that upon moving, the eyes were sporadically opening, that her eyes were sporadically opening. With, I'm assuming, look at this. I'm assuming I'm assuming. What do you mean you're assuming? You would just ask. Objection, Your Honor. I'm assuming calls for speculation. What the hell is going on here? I cannot believe what I was reading when I did all this. That upon moving, the eyes were sporadically opening with, I'm assuming, like painful movements were, and there when you're getting somebody out of a car, that the reason that he believes her eyes were sporadically like moving is because of pain. Okay. Were you able to ask her if she could identify herself? At that point in time, we were just asking basic questions. Again, we were. Who the fuck is we? I don't necessarily know if I remember asking her name at that point in time. This is really important. So therefore, you don't know if she knows her name at that point. Was she responding to your questions? Yes, responding. I don't remember specifically what questions were asked other than like, tell us what hurts or something along the lines of that. What? You have all this training? Okay, Captain, says the prosecutor. I'm going to draw your attention. I believe it's the second page of your report. Okay. The section where it says Protocol 2. Do you see that? Yes, Protocol 2. And then, yes. And Captain, do you recognize your name here? Yes. Okay. And is it standard or typical when you are to note which ENT or... Yes, it is. I mean, some of them things were done by the other two individuals. Which things then we need to clarify? At least for me, if I'm defending this, I'm going to break down, okay, what did you do and what did they do? So, but yeah, that's my name, whatever. But I mean, some of the things that were done by the other two individuals that were on there, but those findings are reported back to me. The findings that are in the report. So those findings are reported back to me. So that's why if I'm the one that's documenting it, I'm the one that's putting my name next to it. So you guys understand now how this is working? Okay, she says, and if you could read, or if you could, for the record, underneath where it says time, could you read what time it is? 6:48:08. But what is that for? It says it's 6:48:08 a.m. Okay, and next to your name, do you see where it says, and then it, yes, okay, and it says ABC, is that correct? Yes. Could you explain to the court what ABC means? That's a very basic and simple, quick assessment to determine if somebody's airway is patent. if their breathing appears to be normal and circulation is present. So in this instance, yes, the airway was patent. So she was obviously breathing. Breathing did not appear distressed at any point in time. It appeared like there was equal movement of the chest wall. Is he reading from a report? It appears. Circulation, because remember, this is right in front of him. Circulation, yes, he says. Like, she doesn't ask anything. It's just circulation, yes. She obviously had circulation going on due to the fact that she was responding. Okay, says the prosecutor. So as far as her airway, breathing, and circulation at that point in time, those three things were noted to be normal? Correct. 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 Okay, Captain. I'm going to go down to the next category here. Do you see where it says neurological? Yes. Next to neurological, it says AVPU. Do you see that? Yes. Would you explain to the court what that means? Yes. This is another grading scale for determining how alert somebody is, or their neurological, how intact they are neurologically. So A stands for alert, V starts for verbal. It's supposed to be stands for verbal. P stands for pain, and U stands for unresponsive. Now, I about fell over. Just due to the fact that the patient was not actively having open eyes and like interacting with us on a free basis, we didn't assign her the score of alert. Now he remembers this. We gave it to verbal. You guys gave her verbal when you just said 2 minutes ago that you believed that her eyes were sporadically opening because of pain, which would be a P. He's like, we assigned her V, which is verbal. We gave it verbal because if you would say, hey, how are you doing? You didn't remember anything that you asked her. Now it's so if we would say, hey, how are you doing? Open your eyes. Her eyes would open. So that was the verbal response. A verbal response is opening your eyes. I thought this whole time when I went to school, what verbal meant is if I'm verbally abusive to you, I verbally call you things, right? I am like, you fucking bitch. I'm being verbally abusive to you. Meaning she was able to speak. You guys, this man just said on the stand that he gave her verbal for opening up her eyes. That's not verbal. And 2 minutes before that, he said that she was opening up her eyes like that sporadically when she was in pain. So if you were moving her around, right, and saying, hey, Mackenzie, can you hear me? Open up your eyes, and you're bumping her around. It could be also that she's not responding to you. She's responding to the fact that you just totally, I don't know, jarred her leg or some shit. But you would handle this all in cross-examination. I'm not, Mary, we're not talking about that. We're talking about how this man is defining what verbal means. This man just defined verbal as being eyes opening when we asked her to open her eyes. Would you ever say that that was a verbal response? That's the example that he gave. He didn't say, when I asked Mackenzie what her name was, she said her name was Mackenzie SHiRILla. That's a verbal response. That's why we gave her a V. That's the type of testimony that you should see there. Verbal in this case means response to verbal commands or questions. Well, is that what he said? Is she verbal? Again, you would be able to hammer this all on direct examination. Okay, I'm just going to back up a little bit. Okay, so as far as you said, A is alert. Is that what you said? Correct. So would it be safe to say that A would be a normal conversation to individuals who have not just sustained a traumatic event? Correct. Okay. I would be objection, calls leading the witness. So would it be safe to say that objection, Your Honor, leading? Okay. And you said verbal, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you said that objection, Your Honor, leading. Okay, you said verbal, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you said that verbal would be you telling someone, hey, open your eyes, and they open their eyes. Is that correct? Correct. Okay, and that's what you listed on Miss SHiRILla at exactly correct? Like, listen to these questions. What? Okay. And is it correct to say that you wouldn't go further down the list because you had elicited responses at that point? Objection. I'd be objecting to all of this shit. And is it correct to say that you wouldn't go further down that list because you had elicited responses at that point? Yeah. There's no need to produce a pain stimulus if you can get one verbally. What? Okay, thank you. After that AVUPU, above or below that, it says mental status. Do you see that? Yes. Okay, there are several categories there. I'm going to go through them individually with you. Okay. And if you could just explain for the court why you responded that way. Okay, thank you. Mental status, it says normal. No? Correct. Could you explain what normal means and why you said no? What? That way so this is his answer. That way our documentation report goes is if there's any abnormal findings, the default for mental status cannot be normal. Cannot be yes, as in normal. So that was the first box that you have to check that says no. It was not normal because normally if somebody was alert, they would be freely conversating with you. So she isn't alert. Her mental status is not normal. So listen to what he just testifying here. That her mental status is not normal. It was not normal because normally if somebody was alert, they'd be freely conversating with you or interacting with you in a manner like you and I are doing right now, which was not the case. Exactly, which was not the case. We were not conversing. So that would render that to be no for the normal. So what you would also want to say here, though, is when you just wrote no for the mental status and you put no, I'm just curious, on this report, did he give a reason? Because he's looking at his report the whole time he is saying things. Okay. And then just to go down the line a little further, it says confused. Yes. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. And could you first explain why you responded yes with confused? When we were further going on with the assessment, just kind of like asking what your name was, you said that you did not remember asking her that just 5 minutes ago. Now asking her name was, or where are you at, or what happened, she was able to answer her name. And here's me, contradiction. He didn't know if they asked her this. Like, you want to hammer that. What was going on was not obvious to her. I asked her, do you know where you're at? You know, what happened? The answer was no to that. So this is important. And to show a timeline that this couldn't have been concocted at the hospital, that, hey, I'm just going to tell them that I don't remember anything. This was not concocted at the hospital based on this man's testimony. Because she is saying that she doesn't remember anything and she's doing it, well, potentially out of the, like, looped. Do you know what time it is? And I believe there was something along the lines like morning, day, or something like that. I believe, again. And it was kind of obvious because the sun had already started coming up. I mean, duh, right? What? But you're saying that she's like, that's like somebody with it and being able to like comprehend all of that. So that is what gave me that's why I marked it as confused. And I'm like, you're pathetic. That's my comment. Pathetic. Everybody should have to sit down and be told, like, listen, your report is needed for, it's going to be relied upon for so many things. You don't understand. Your report is what we have to memorialize everything down the road. For these officers and anybody in the field that, think of everybody that gets called to the stand, this cannot be like overemphasized. Like, this is so important. Or just put body cams on these people. But here, if you're the defense attorney, you're going to be pointing to all of this out, that this is not some concocted thing. If he is saying these things and she's saying that she doesn't know anything, then that this, how would there be a concocted plan with her mom in the at the doctor's office, or at the, when she was still there, and they're like, can you just tell him that blah blah. Okay. And then to jump back to where you put normal, if you put confused. Oh, wait, where were we? Okay. What was going on was not obvious to her. I asked her, do you know where she was at? You know, she answered that. No. The answer was no to that. Do you know what time it is? I said all that. That's why I marked it as confused. Now here, the question is by the prosecutor, okay, then to jump back to where you put normal, if you put confused, then the answer to normal has to be no. Is that correct? Correct. It wouldn't let me close the report out. What? That's an important thing. Wait, what do you, there's a confusion here. Like, what do you, so to jump back to normal. And so he's over here like, yeah, correct. It wouldn't let me close the report out. On that same line, I think it says twice combative. Yeah. It's saying, What was your response for combative? No. Okay, and it says, is she basically hallucinating? No. Okay, oriented event. What does that mean? And what was your response? Oriented event would be, do you know what occurred leading up to us arriving on scene, requiring you needing medical assistance? So that was not obvious to the patient. Do you see that? What the defense attorney does with this witness is absolutely mind-blowing. Okay, there is a few times on here, Captain, where it says normal for a patient or normal for a person. What does that mean? That means you would expect this person to normally be confused or normally be oriented. And is it safe to say that the answers to those questions you would compare to a normal 17-year-old girl who had not again sustained a traumatic car crash? Yes, I just assumed, given the circumstances, if somebody was driving a vehicle, they're not somebody that's confused normally. That's not their normal baseline. Right here, you need to object to whatever the fuck he just object, non-responsive. First of all, that's leading. This line of questioning should have never taken place. This is absurd right here. For him to, I just assumed. What are you fucking talking about? I just assumed. Given the circumstances, what circumstances? I just assumed, given the circumstances, if somebody was given or was driving a vehicle, they're not somebody that's confused normally. That's not their normal baseline. So that's what you're talking about when you're talking about confused. You're talking about prior to the event, if they were confused. I'm talking about, aren't you asking, are they confused like right then and there? But again, you need to get rid of these type of questions. After he says, that means you would expect this person to normally be confused or normally be oriented. And is it safe to say that the answers to those questions you would compare to a normal 17-year-old girl who had not again sustained, that is leading. Objection. Anytime anybody's answering a question like yes, but here, this guy continues to go on. And he says, I just assumed. Your Honor, objection. You hear, I just assumed, objection. Calls for speculation. And it would have been shut down. And then in the last section here, it says, unresponsive. And you put no. Correct. Okay. And below that, it says, neurological, all neuronormal. Is that right? Yes, all neuronormal. Is that right? Again, objection. She could not say what that means. She is testifying. This man just sat here and did nothing. This is everything for your client. This report from a firefighter who's on an overtime shift and who's just filling out a chart. Okay, could you explain that for us? There's a lot of boxes to check down there, but that just essentially meant that there was proper function of both of her arms and her legs. What? Wait, that's what neuro means? All good? She can function her legs and she can function her arms. So she's all set. Oh, okay. But that's not a potential, just a pain reaction, right? I mean, I like that. Wow. You learn something new every day. There was not any posturing, meaning like there's movements that your arm do that indicate that there's a severe underlying head injury. There wasn't any apparent seizure activity. Objection. Calls for speculation. What is going on here? So she didn't seize in your, like, right then and there? Like, she wasn't seizing when we found her? Look at this testimony. There was not any posturing, meaning like there's movement that your arm do that indicate that there's a severe underlying head injury. There wasn't any apparent seizure activity. There wasn't any slurred speech. But she wasn't speaking. You make it seem like you asked her a question and she was giving you opening eye answers. There wasn't any slurred speech. There wasn't any one-sided weakness like you'd find in someone that was having a CVA or a stroke. Everything appeared intact. You know, when we asked down the road, like, hey, can you feel me touching your fingers or your feet? All the answers were appropriate. What? When you were down the road, like where? Like, okay, she says, would it be safe to say, Captain, that if Miss SHiRILla was suffering a stroke, suffering a seizure, suffering a heart attack, anything of that nature, you would have noted not normal or no in that section? Is that correct? Yeah. If there was seizure activity, we would have noted there was seizure activity. If there was one-sided weakness or some sort of motor or sensory deficient, like that she was defective and deficient in anything, one of the extremities, that would have been noted as well. Okay, and again, that states normal. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Next, Captain, there's two sections here that says injury. Do you see that? Yes. Okay. First injury of the arm. Do you see that? Yes. Okay. Can you explain just what you observed, what you had marked underneath this section? Again, I don't specifically like picture the injury in my head. All calls blend together. Oh my God. And then finally here, objection. All calls blend together. Do you see that answer? Right here. Done. Over. If the stuff above that didn't say to stop, he's now telling you that all the calls blend together. What the fuck? I couldn't believe what I was reading. You guys, this is nuts. O'Donnell says objection. Wait, and this is what's, I can rephrase. No, it wasn't your, he needed to say, no, what? I can rephrase. She hurry up and tries to help and make it seem like it's on her. Like the prosecutor, the girl. I can rephrase. But it wasn't your question. That was like, all calls blend together. That's the problem. And I would ask, I mean, sidebar, Your Honor, we have this witness that just said that all calls blend together for him. And so there's basically no personal, this isn't recollecting his memory. He's reading from his report. He's not being asked any questions. He needs to be asked questions. And then if he needs to look at the report, then that needs to be noted. And I want a clear record here today. Detective. Now he's a detective. He's not a detective. He's a captain with the fire department. Right? Detective, if you don't recall from your own memory, if you could just read what your report reflects. What? Do you guys understand that every other case I've ever covered says that you cannot just read what your report says? It says to take a look at and recollect does this recollect your reference? Okay. And now you're not going to just read right into the microphone what the report says. I'm going to ask you a question. If that refreshes your memory, then now answer my question. Here, the prosecutor straight up calls him a detective that he's not, and then says, if you could just read what your report reflects. Correct. Angulated right arm with obvious fracture. Distal radial pulse. Okay, and in layman's terms, what does that mean? There was a fracture that had deformity to her right arm, and it was very obvious just visually. And distal radial pulse means that there is a pulse present further down the body or below where the injury site is located. Okay, next section, injury lower leg. If you could just, for the record, explain what is documented in your report under that section and what that means. Fractured, closed, possibly right femur fracture with obviously right dislocated kneecap. And in layman's terms, what does that mean, Captain? There was signs of an injury that were possible to have a right femur fracture, which is the bone that is between your pelvis and your knee. And the kneecap was dislocated, meaning it was not in the proper position of the knee of the left leg. Okay, thank you. In the last section of this page, Captain, it says head to toe. Do you see that? Yes. Okay, the first section is head and neck. Let's focus on that. If you could just explain what the findings are documented in your report for that section. Yeah, just read us your report. Yes, head and neck, normal, yes. Both pupils, pearl. It's a little bit of a different abbreviation than I learned, but that just means that your pupils are responding to light normally. So that was present for both of them. The neck was normal. Okay, chest and back, they all checked normal. Okay, abdominal and pelvis, he says left upper, the abdominal is divided into 4 quadrants. When you're reporting something or trying to assess for pain, the left upper quadrant was normal. The right upper quadrant was normal. It was tender and it was painful when you palpated it. The left lower quadrant and the right lower quadrant were both normal. And the pelvis, when you pushed on it, appeared to be stable and there was not any increase in pain upon pushing on it. So it was normal. Okay, and arms and legs, I believe you just went over that, correct? Thank you. Now, detective again. I'm going to have you turn to page 3 of 6. 3 of 6. To the next page in your document, if you could please. Yes, okay. Is that what you're looking at reflected on the board here? Yep. Okay, I'm going to first draw your attention to, let's first talk about where it says Glasgow coma score. Do you see that? Yes. Okay, could you explain for the court what that is? What that scale is? That's a grading system that tells somebody's what their baseline mental state is when you first encounter them, and to see if there's any changes, establish what their baseline is, and track if there's any changes like improving or declining in their mental status. Okay. And I see there is an E and a V and an M. Is that right? She asks. Correct. Okay, what do those letters stand for? Eyes, verbal, and motor. Okay, let's first go with eyes. If you could tell us if there are highest number or highest level you could get to for the eyes. So yes, 4 is the highest, 1 is the lowest. Okay. And when you say highest to lowest, does that mean, is that equivalent or to close to that of the normal person? Yes. Okay. And 1 would be a non-responsive. 1's non-responsive. Correct. This is leading. Objection. Leading the witness. I mean, Jesus, right here. He needs to tell you what 1 is. And it's really important. Okay. And what was Miss SHiRILla's eyes for the Glasgow coma score level at that point? Answer. We, not I. We graded it at a 3. 3. So a 4 is like perfect. She's getting a 3. Wow. And she says, okay, out of 4, right? Yeah, correct. Okay, can you explain to the court why you graded it a 3 out of 4? Good question. 4 would be just spontaneously opening eyes, and we graded it as a 3 because her eyes were closed until you either produced pain or you asked her to open up her eyes. And I highlighted this because I would be using it on cross-examination. I'd be remembering what he said and writing that in and remembering that because it's really important. So you didn't know the difference. What if you were moving her and asking her a question at the same time? You don't know what's happening, right? But again, here it's confusing because, okay, so can you please explain to the court why you graded it a 3 out of 4? And he says 4 would be just, do you understand he gives a wrong? You graded it a 3. Why are you saying 4 would be just spontaneously opening eyes and we graded it as a 3 because her eyes were closed until you either produced pain or you asked her to open up her eyes? So you guys see how like that could be confusing? Again, on cross, you would be like, okay, when you would rank somebody a 1, that just means they're not responsive. What's a 2 to you? And then I'm unclear here. You said what a 4 would be. What's a 3 that you gave her? Bizarre. Okay, next is verbal. What is the highest level that you can hit for verbal? A 5. And I'm over here like, why aren't all the numbers the same? This glass glow bullshit. So the one thing's a 4. Now you go to this part and it's a 5. Okay, you wonder why, you just ask what the hell's going on. Okay, and what was Miss SHiRILla at that point? She was a 4 out of 5. Okay, and what was she a 4? To be a 5, you have to be alert and oriented to person, place, time, and event. And she was oriented to person, somewhat to time, but not to event. So that graded her a 4. Isn't it true that you just said that it was light outside, and so therefore that you knew that it wouldn't be in the middle of the night, or that it was, so when you say she was oriented to time, you testified that basically it being light outside would tell somebody that it's during the day. Did my client give you a time, or did she just say morning? Do you have anything written there? What did she say? What was her, you're trying to baseline somebody. I thought to baseline somebody, because then you're going to carry it over to see how she gets, right? So is this more of like an intake? This is how she is right now? But she gets a 4. And then again, on cross, I'm going to say, well, how would you give somebody a 5? You said, but how would you give somebody a 1, a 2, and a 3? Because you need to understand why she didn't get any of those. And it has to all be because of how he did it. And then the question becomes, did you do this, or did you just mark down what somebody else told you to? Because you were just the recorder, right? You guys remember school projects when you assign someone to be your recorder? You're doing like science projects. Okay, and what's the highest level of the motor that you can get? 6. Okay, great. So we have a 4, a 5, and a 6. Whoever came up with this is awesome. And why did you grade her a 6 and the highest level of motor at that point? Motor. Okay, and I'm sorry, right here, she said, what was motor? Yes, motor says yes. And okay, and what's the highest level of motor you can reach? 6. Question. And what is Miss SHiRILla? She's a 6 for motor. Awesome. So she was laying on a stretcher. She could walk. I just want to know how you get to these, I mean, how you're labeling people certain things. Does it would all matter? Because I'm thinking motor, like she has a broken leg and her knee is dislocated, so she can't walk, right? So let's see what he says. Oopsies. She's a 6. She's 100% basically 6 out of 6. And why did you grade her a 6 and the highest level of motor at that point? That's insanity that you think that she's a 6 and she can't get any fucking better. With her motor. Woo! My God. Dude, if you don't ring the fucking cowbell, Lana, that's absurd. She's a 6 and she has a broken arm and a broken leg. And she's on a stretcher and she didn't walk. I mean, she had to be literally physically removed from a vehicle. But I mean, she gets a 6. Why? Well, just because if you ask her to try to keep her arm still or like to put your arm down or to do some sort of command, she would follow a command. That's how he's gauging this mobile shit. She's a 6, man. I asked her to put her arm up. She put her arm up. I asked her to like put her arm like this or like, you know, twirl your little finger around. Excuse me. Okay. Solid. So this doesn't tell me shit. If this is what, so it's based off of these type of questions, right? You didn't ask her what 25 times 2 was, right? You didn't ask her to count backwards from 10, right? Okay, and at the total score, what is the highest level for the Glasgow Coma score? Oh, 15 is the highest. Okay, and what was her score? A 13. Hot damn. Wow. She's a 13. Again, guys, this is not going, this is going towards, this is about a proceeding and how you would protect someone's rights, how you would defend them, and just simple, like, how did they determine this shit? I'm just curious. Well, what do you think about the Glasgow scale is available online? But it's all it's all objective. It's subjective, right? It goes to like what if I don't do the test right, if I'm not asking, I would think for them to do certain things, that way I could truly gauge it. Okay, so here we go. Now, if we look at the section below the Glasgow comma score, does she change as time progresses? She's with you. Does she change? No. And again, I'm going to direct your attention to those two categories. It says BP, which is blood pressure. Okay, and if you could just read, let's first start with the top. What was the time for her blood pressure that you documented? 6:49 a.m. right here. Okay, so at 6:49 a.m., what was Miss SHiRILla's blood pressure? Her monitor read at a 157 over 125. Okay, what is an unnormal? Abnormal, but whatever. I think the normal standard is 120 over 80. So in your training and experience, would you say that this is a higher blood pressure? It would be an abnormal reading, yes. And the next time, if you could read what that section is, that time, 6:57. So about almost 10 minutes later, you know, what, 8? Okay, and what was the blood pressure there? 144 over 111. Okay, and again, would that be abnormal or high? That's right, yes, high. Okay, the next section, if you could read the pulse at 6:49, what is her pulse? 60. Okay, and for 6:57 a.m., what was the pulse there? 90. What did you have her on? Sorry. So within 10 minutes, 60 to 90. Okay, and what is a normal pulse? Anywhere from 50 to 100 is considered normal for an adult. What? Okay, so is it safe to say that during the time period of which you evaluated Mackenzie SHiRILla, her pulse was normal? Again, objection. Yes, her heart rate was normal. Okay, and there's one thing here that says SpO2. What is that? Well, that is the blood oxygen level that's present in your body. 100% is the highest you can get. Typically, you're like in the high 90s. Okay, so what would you say? How would you evaluate that 82? It was low. But there's a lot of factors that could go into play. She didn't ask you that. So what would you say? How would you evaluate 82? Well, it was low, but there could be a lot of, so evaluate it then. She's obviously was a little bit cool to the touch. Is that noted in your report? So that has an effect on how accurate the probe reads on your fingers. Would that be true to everything then? So everything's off then? So now the probe reads on your fingers just because it measures the blood flow? And if you look, let me see. And if you look, hold on. And if then he says that's at the extremities of your fingertips. So if somebody's cold, obviously it's not as accurate of a reading. What? If that read was time-stamped when the blood pressure was going down, that restricts the blood flow to the base of your arm. So that also can cause like a false reading. But that's what it was. Thank you. So let me ask you a question. How come he feels the need that he has to explain why this is at an 82? Thank you. And lastly, Captain, I'd like to bring you down here where it says treatment and medication. Do you see that section? Yes. Okay. I'm going to bring you down to the last portion here where it says 6:55 and 28 seconds. Do you see that? Yes. Okay. So if I was defending Mackenzie SHiRILla, I would have had an exhibit that was landscape like this, and I would have had all of the times on a timeline of each of the things like laid out so that it's in chronological order of the time and what was done. So it's a good exhibit for visual effect for when I upend his ass on the stand. Those readers are notoriously bad on dark skin. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just looking at it like, let's see what type of defense. Let's see how you would go about this. Let's see truly what was shown here. Let's see who's testifying to what. So, okay, it says treatment. Cardiac monitor applied. So why are you using a cardiac monitor if she's all fucking great? Could you explain what a cardiac monitor is? The monitor that we used in this instance, there's 4 leads and it just takes a basic reading of your heart in 3 different. So you have to do it to make your readings, right? There's 3 different snapshots that we get, but it's just a very basic check. So very basic. So all of this is so basic. Is it unreliable? It's just a very basic check to make sure to see what the underlying heart rate is or what the individual's heart rate is and what type of heart rate they're in, if there's any ectopy or any abnormalities and we applied due to the fact of the obvious force that was applied in the incident. We wanted to make sure that there was no abnormal heartbeat going on. Okay, and did you find after applying those that there was any abnormal heartbeat or anything wrong with Miss SHiRILla's heart? No, it did not appear so. Again, Captain, the last thing here, it says narrative history test. Do you see that? Yes. Okay. Can you just explain what that portion of the report is for? This is where we're allowed to elaborate a little more than what just simple check boxes show. This is generally given overall assessments of the scene and what we found, anything that needed a little bit more explanation than pre-generated check boxes can give you. Okay, and again, I know we went over this, but just to reiterate it, if there were any signs of a heart attack, a stroke, a seizure, any type of emergent situation that would have alerted your radar, would you have included those details in that narrative? Not necessarily in the narrative. If there was something that was in a box that needed a little bit more description, then yes, I would have. But there was nothing that I felt necessary to put in there. So there's nothing to elaborate on because there was nothing checked prior. Is that correct? Yes. So basically, if you fuck up your boxes in the beginning, it's going to fuck up the rest of your shit because guess what? Your report isn't going to probably alert you that maybe you want to give some more detail because what do you mean you couldn't close out the report? We're going to get into that. It's a very important thing that he was talking about. So basically, was your report alerting you that, hey, something doesn't make sense here because you're answering a certain way and then you didn't write something? Again, leading as fuck though to that question, he needs to state that. So Captain, after you performed your testing of Miss SHiRILla or while you were performing your test of Miss SHiRILla, did anything significant happen? Answer, meaning a change in patient care? I don't understand, like the question, he doesn't understand. Was there anything out of the ordinary that occurred while you were evaluating Miss SHiRILla's body? Oh, yes. We do a head-to-toe assessment, and we were primarily worried about getting her into the ambulance and out of the elements at that point in time. But yes, when we did get her in there, we started to give a head-to-toe assessment. We actually put hands on somebody and physically palpate to see if there's any obvious injuries. I remember I was palpating the chest and felt like there was a lump. I don't remember what side it was on. I palpated it to see if there was a deformity or something, and I pulled out a bag of substance. What I thought was like mushrooms or something like that. Looked similar, and then I put that on the bench seat, and there was also a black plastic container that was like 4-ish by 4-ish inches, maybe like about that tall, looked like a couple old CD cases that stacked together for size purposes. And I just removed that and put it on the bench seat next to me. And then when a Strongsville police officer entered the ambulance, I just advised him what I found and handed it off to him. Are you familiar? Oh, wait, I have another question for you. Are you familiar with the term hypotensive? Yes. Okay, what is that? That would be if your blood pressure is low. Okay. And did you have any concerns at this point for hypertension in Miss SHiRILla? No. Okay, one moment, please, Your Honor. The court says sure. Then she comes back and says, Detective, where did you transport Miss SHiRILla to? Remember, this is not a detective. Okay. To a life flight helicopter that landed on scene. What? You guys, this should blow your minds. At the end there, oh, she was life flighted. But she's getting 13. And wait, so when you were with her, this is all happening like pretty quickly, like you're assessing all of this. And now I don't have the exhibit in front of me, right? So I don't know the times. But here we get to cross-examination. Cross-examination. Get ready to fall off your fucking chair. Sir, my name is Jim McDonnell. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. Sure, he says. If there's any time you don't understand a question, just ask me to repeat it or rephrase it. Fair enough? Fair enough. But if you do answer the question, then we'll assume that you understood it, right? I understand. What a tool. Okay. Mackenzie told you there she didn't remember what happened, right? That was my recollection, yes. That's where he's starting with this. That was my recollection, yes. That she didn't remember exactly everything that happened, yes. You don't want to clear up this overtime situation. You don't want to point out the fact that how many hours had you been working? And you were able to get up out of there within a minute and 10 seconds, so you wouldn't have been sleeping, right? And if you were working the A shift, isn't it true that you don't get to work until 8 a.m.? So then how could you have been there at 6:50, whatever time you got, what is this, 6:36? You weren't working the A shift though. Or you were working the A shift because of the people that you responded with, but they don't come in until 8. So we're going to have to clear this on up. So you're going to clear all that up. You're going to clear up his schedule. You would have went and obtained his schedule. You would have had his schedule to know when the fuck he worked, what that whole month looked like. And we're going to show how tired this man was. And again, we're going to find out why if he is not supposed to be on a shift until 8 a.m., why he's there at 6:30. Because from that testimony that just happened there, none of that is answered. And it's imperative because of this reporting. You say that all calls blend together, right? You couldn't even remember this call. You don't even remember what you did. You're just the person you said that people will tell you what they've observed, right? So who's telling you this? At each point I could sit here and go through, is this what you did or is this what somebody else did? Is this what you did or is this what somebody else did? But you said it numerous times, didn't you, that all the calls blend together and you don't have specific recollections of any of this. You went and read straight from your report. Isn't that correct? But here, this is what we get. Okay, Mackenzie told you that she told you there she didn't remember what happened, right? That was my recollection, yes. That she didn't remember exactly everything that happened, yes. Now I would say, is that written in your report? Is this written in your report? Because I would want to point that out for O'Malley, the judge. I don't have that exhibit. I'm going to get my hands on that exhibit, don't you worry. But I need to see this report. And I would be pointing out in this report that, are those words written anywhere? Or are you just coming up with this number based off of like what you remember as to what you asked or somebody asked in her answers that you're just remembering? Because it's really, really important, because if she says right then and there that she doesn't remember anything, she doesn't know why, she does not know what's going, like whatever that is, that's really important, because then that is total contradiction of the state's case, which is them concocting a plan in the hospital days later. Can't you just tell them blah, 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 blah? That type of stuff, like what I've heard in the past of that. I mean, that's crazy. Again, this is about the representation. This is about the questioning. Okay. Now, in fact, she didn't remember anything that had happened, right? No, nothing of the events that occurred there. And how do you know that? Because you said all the calls blend together. I want to know how he remembers this. And my guess is that it's written on the fucking report. And that's somewhat typical of people who were involved in a serious car accident, right? I was not surprised by that at all. No. You were not surprised at all, right? Okay. You talked about her blood pressure being high, correct? Yes. Was that primarily that she was experiencing? It could have been due to several factors, just to be honest, like our monitor. I hope you would be honest. Yeah, okay. That's what he says here. He cuts him off while he's talking and says, I hope you would be honest. Yeah, okay, our monitor, if somebody puts the cuff on a little bit too tight, a little bit too loose, there's variables. If somebody's moving around while it's cycling, then you get an abnormal reading. But yes, it could have been due to pain. It could have been due to movement. Could have been due to placement of it. Yes. And you certainly have no way of telling what her blood pressure was 30 seconds before this accident. No, I have no idea. No idea, right? Not a clue. Okay. And there are many reasons, he says, question. There are many reasons that her blood look at this. Hold on. There are many reasons that her blood pressure could have been raised. Correct, yes. Okay, so you talked about a blood oxygen reading of 82, correct? Correct. That's unbelievably low, isn't it? Correct. I mean, like way low. Yes, it's way low. If you're encountering somebody, this is his answer, that's at like room temperature, normal, yes, way low. Like, so he's like 82 compared to like what your normal temperature is supposed to be, like 98. 82. So if I came up to you and you tested me and I was at 82, what would you do? Probably ask you to sit down and have an ambulance come. Question. You'd probably think I'm close to dying when it's 82, right? Answer. You're having some underlying condition that needs to be addressed. Yeah. Did you write that in your report? He doesn't say that though. He just says, question, okay. And what was the temperature like that day? I don't remember. I remember I was wearing just a t-shirt, but I was a little bit chilly. I don't remember exactly. This was July 31st. It's hot as fuck in Cleveland. You were wearing a t-shirt. I was. I think one of the guys I was with had a long sleeve shirt on, but I don't remember. You'd want to say this was July 31st. But again, he's just trying to even more so like say like it wasn't like a cold day. And so he says it wasn't freezing. Like what an idiot though. Like this is what the fuck you're doing. No, I mean, it wasn't 32 degrees. No, it wasn't freezing. You found some mushrooms. The next question. You found some mushrooms. What I assumed were mushrooms, yes. And what did you assume mushrooms to be? And what do you assume mushrooms to be? I've seen them on previous calls before that were identified to me. What are they? Question. They're a fungus. All right. And they're a drug, right? That people take? Yes. We're not talking cooking mushrooms. We're talking about drugs that people use, right? Answer. That was my assumption from looking at the bag. Question. And that was found where? It was like kind of tucked into the shirt. The shirt, he says. Question, the shirt. Yeah. One side or the other. I don't remember. Wouldn't you want to ask if she had a bra on? How could it be tucked into your shirt? Usually like a bra clasp. Like, I mean, what do you mean tucked into your shirt? I don't understand. You're at her chest. What are you doing? Like there's usually a bra there. Yeah, one side or the other. I don't remember. Question. And were you the first officer? Were you the first responder? Answer. To the accident? Question. Yes. No, I wasn't the first responder. Okay. Question. When you got there, how many people were already there? I'm making somewhat probably an accurate guess on this, but I would say there were probably every bit of 12 to 15 firefighters, and I don't even know how many police officers were there before I got there. What? This is who they called to the stand, though. I was interested in hearing that. I was like, had any of the bodies been removed from the car when we arrived on scene? When you arrived, yes. No. How many bodies were in the car when you arrived? There was 3 people in the car. The court says 3, you said? Witness, 3. Yes, 3. Question. And you removed Mackenzie, right? Yes. We assisted in removing her to our care. As question. As you were removing her, were the 2 other bodies still in the car? Yes. Question. Okay. And there were 2 bodies in the front passenger seat, correct? I don't recall there being 2 bodies in the front passenger seat. What? I know that when we arrived up there, they said there was 3 people that were in the car. I know that we were supposed to take care of the driver. So we went to where the driver was located. I couldn't accurately tell you the orientation of who I'm whomever else was in the car. So you have no knowledge, right? Independent recollection. Answer, no. Question, of where the other bodies were. Answer, no. Question, did you have to extricate Mackenzie from the car by taking off her seatbelt? Answer, I did not personally take her seatbelt off, and I do not know if it was on or off. Okay, do you know about the other two bodies? Answer, I have no idea. Question, would you disagree with the Strongsville Fire Department report that says that there were two bodies in the front passenger seat when they arrived? I have no reason to disagree with their report. Did you see, question, any evidence whatsoever that any of the seatbelts had to be cut in order to extricate the people? I did not look at seatbelts. No. You don't know that, right? Nope. Didn't concentrate? You with the other two people there? No. My focus was on the patient. No further questions. You've got to be fucking kidding me. No further questions. What? Those are the questions that you have? You guys, this is why. Because guess what happens when Mackenzie SHiRILla gets to where she's going? They ask if there's going to be like, is the England game on right now? I thought it was on. It's not on yet, is it? Is it on at noon? Or at 1? And then if she wants to redirect, look at this answer. Look at this. Nothing based off that. Nothing based off that shit. Like, oh my God. What a embarrassing thing to see. Okay, thank you. Thank you. The witness says, okay, who receives this? Like, cause it has like his document. And okay, thank you, Your Honor. Okay, our next witness, the state calls Dr. Esther saying to from Metro Health to the stand. And I want to get through her because this I couldn't even believe. They asked if they need a break to go to the restroom, and so here it is. They swear her in. Good morning, good afternoon, and again they're saying that it's the girl prosecutor, and so they kind of get right into with this. Where she's employed Metro Health Medical. Okay. And what is your title at Metro Health Center? I'm one of the trauma surgeons there. Okay. And as far as your position at Metro Health, do you work at, what hospitals do you work at? I work at 2 hospitals within the Metro Health system. Okay. And which 2 hospitals are those? Metro Health Medical Center on West 25th Street and Metro Health Parma in Parma. Dr. Esther, I think the T is silent, but if you could, for the court, could you briefly give us an example of your background and qualifications and how you became to be a doctor at Metro Health? I graduated from medical school in 2011. I completed my general surgery residency in 2016, and I completed my surgical critical care fellowship in 2017. I was hired at Metro Health in 2017 and have been there ever since. Okay. And as far as medical school, where did you attend medical school? So the name on my diploma is the Mount Sinai School of Medicine. The school is currently called I don't even know what that is. And where did you perform your general surgery residency at? At Temple University Hospital in Philadelphia. And how about your surgical critical care fellowship at UT Southwestern Parker Memorial Hospital in Dallas? Sweet. And doctor, what year were you hired? 2017. Okay. So if you could give the court a brief explanation of what your daily duties and responsibilities are at Metro. Sure. My partners and I provide care for trauma patients, patients with critical illnesses, patients with emergency general surgery needs, and some of my partners provide burn care as well. You refer to these individuals as partners. Are they also doctors? Some of them are physicians. Some of them are advanced practice providers, meaning physician assistants, and nurse practitioners. Okay. Dr. Singh, while your team is working with a patient or working with an individual, is there any specific policy or procedure that you follow to document the team's findings or ongoing notes during this process? We adhere to the professional standards and the standards set out by the hospital bylaws in terms of documentation. Okay, so you want to pull out them bylaws if you're her defense attorney. Okay, and how do you go about documenting things? In our electronic medical record. You need to know everything about that. Okay, and as far as these electronic medical records, are these ongoing during the pendency of a patient's stay at Metro? Yes. And does each person as part of that team does each person have access to these records? So, trauma care is a multidisciplinary specialty. I think that all members of our team have access to the medical record that's being developed, by the way. But you could also say that even the folks who clean the hospital rooms are part of our team. But I don't know if they document anything in the medical record. Okay, thanks. Dr. Singh, if I showed you a copy of an individual patient's medical records from the Metro Hospital, would you be able to identify them? Answer, I would hope so. Your Honor, may. Okay. States Exhibit 7 and 8. Doctor, I'm approaching with what has been marked as States Exhibit 7 and 8. I'm going to first hand you binder 7. This is a whole binder. I just handed you Exhibit 7. If you could just look at that first page and let me know what the first page of States Exhibit 7 is. The title is Certificate of Medical Records. Okay, question. And is the same certificate of medical records that you have in your binder on the stand, does that reflect the certificate here on the board? It appears so. And what is a certificate of medical records? It appears to be a statement from Marshall Martin, who is the maker of this set of medical records. Okay, and if you could read the filed or the filled in line there underneath where it says clinical records of, what is the name listed there? The name is Mackenzie SHiRILla. Okay. Okay, doctor, have you reviewed these medical records prior to coming to court today? I reviewed some, but not all of the medical records prior to coming to court today. Okay, I'm going to then, that being said, draw your attention to the same book that you're looking at. If you could go to page 13, Exhibit 7 says, McDonald here. Yeah, this is still Exhibit 7. Yes, Exhibit 7, page 13. Are you on page 13, Doc? I'm on page 13. I'm on page number 13, she says. Okay, and Doctor's saying, if you could read where it says at the top in bold, starting with Metro Health, what does it say? The word Metro Health appears multiple times on this piece of paper. Which instance are you specifically referring to? Where it's bolded at the very top underneath where it says your name. Does it say your name anywhere on this page, Doctor? So on the top of the screen is different than the top of this page. Right here, you should have an issue, brother. Yes, she just tells you that this document is different. Yes, my name appears on this page. Okay. You guys see this? Like, there's not an issue from the court. You want to make sure like that what we're looking at here is all the same? No. Okay. And then the bolded word says Metro Health Division of Acute Care, Surgery, Trauma, Surgery, History, and Physical. Question. Okay. And I draw your attention to the bottom half of the page. Answer. That's what I'm looking at. Question. Okay. Thank you. And I see your name where it says Esther Sang, MD. What is the date and time there? House MD. What is the date and time there? The date listed here is July 31st, 2022. The time is 7:45 a.m. Okay. 7:45 a.m. Well, the last timestamp that we have that I'd be noting here is at 6:58 a.m. from what we just did. Thank you. Dr. Singh, when a patient responds or comes to right there, Metro in the trauma unit, could you just describe for the court how the patient enters and what typically happens at that point? A. So we almost always begin evaluation of trauma patients in the trauma bays at Metro Health Medical Center's emergency department. Well, there you would want to find that the time, you'd want to find the time of this life flight. Okay? Because based upon this, and what I'm looking at is we're looking at the last reading that they have in the ambulance, because then they take her out and then they put her, so she wasn't like driving down the road in some ambulance. It's just, they're just chilling there waiting for the life flight to land to then put her into the life flight, right? And I want to know how long it took them to life flight her to Metro. And she says that she has two different hospitals. Was she at Parma that day or was she at 25th? Now we almost always, again, I have a problem with this because we're talking about, well, I guess she just wants this overview. Describe the court how the patient enters and what typically happens at that point. So this is, so we almost always begin evaluation. So we almost always, it doesn't happen all the time though. They can arrive by themselves, by private vehicle, or walking in, or they may be brought by a various assortment of emergency medical services. Okay. And with regards to Mackenzie SHiRILla, or with regards to strike that, underneath, you know why she struck that? Because she probably was like, she's not going to know the answer of how she was transported. And she says, underneath where it says Metro Health Division of Acute Care, do you see a name underneath that section? I see a name of Mackenzie SHiRILla. Okay. And is there a date underneath that individual's name? There's a date of 7/31/2022. Okay. And Dr. saying, I'm going to direct your attention to the very bottom line of that portion. Can you see where it says Mackenzie SHiRILla? I'm sorry, one more time. At the bottom of the page, it starts SHiRILla. Do you see that? I do. Okay, and is there a date of birth? Yes. Okay, thank you. That's how they were planning on doing it. They didn't stipulate. Probably ask her, how did you get that? But doctor, according to these reports, how did Miss SHiRILla enter into the trauma unit that day? Do you see, according to these reports? So I don't specifically remember her case. Right there, sidebar. Excuse me? We're going to have to voir dire her. So I don't specifically remember her case. This was supposed to be, if you're going to be investigating for 3 months leading up to charging her, you're not, the police aren't constantly at the hospital and like, excuse me? Wait, what? About fell over when I saw this. Doctor, according to these reports, how did Miss SHiRILla enter into the trauma unit that day? Answer. So I don't specifically remember her case. What's documented here is that she arrived by life flight. And what I have over here written when I was taking my notes is I said, did police and prosecutor talk to you like extensively? Were they like asking you questions? Remember, because of what was said in the opening statements, peeling back this onion, I'm blown away. I was blown away by these answers. Okay, says the prosecutor, female, Allison. She says, okay, and after she arrived by life flight, what did she do next? Or where was she placed? Answer. So this doesn't specifically say which trauma bay she was brought to. So important. Is it because she wasn't brought to a trauma bay? Because it's not documented? I think Lana's amazing with BK, but I don't understand her with all this nonsense. Well, then you don't understand me with BK. At all. Can you imagine being called as a witness and you don't remember anything? That just doesn't make sense. I mean, this was like hot ass news, Cleveland all over. And this is about representation. This is about our rights. We are entitled to a effective defense, right? Every single person. So this doesn't specifically say which trauma base she was brought to, like she just said was supposed to happen, but it says that she arrives to the bay. So she was placed in one of our trauma bays. So right there, we have issues with documentation. It's not specific. It's lacking. It's lackadaisical. Right here. Okay, and what is a trauma bay? Well, so a trauma bay is a room within the emergency medical department, which is specifically outfitted for the initial evaluation. And if there's resuscitation of a traumatically injured patient. Okay, thank you. I'm going to draw your attention to the next page. If you could follow me, page 14. Yes, do you see that page? I see page 14. Yep, sure do. Okay, underneath the section where it says history of patient injury or history of present injury, How do you retain that information that you put in that section? Where does that come from? Answer. That comes from the information that is entered into the medical record by our team can come from a number of sources. Okay. It can come from the patient. It can come from emergency medicine services. And it can also come from family members or witnesses. So EMS, so like what those guys wrote while they were with her for like 9 minutes, 8 minutes, right? 6 minutes. Question, okay. And according to this paperwork, or according to the medical records, did you learn what had been involved prior to Miss SHiRILla entering into the trauma unit? We were informed by Metro Health Life Flight that she was involved in a motor vehicle collision. And I would want to know for the record, how is this being, so it's, hey, are you reading from the report? Like she has us out right in front of her. That's not what you want to do. You'd have a problem with that. Okay, thank you. Doctor, I'm going to now just start to go through this page here, starting with underneath history of present injury. Do you see where underneath the 5th paragraph, it says, do you see where I'm looking? Yes, I do. Question. Okay, could you finish that sentence starting with multiple? What? She just wants her to read this report? Okay, just finish the sentence off and put it on the record. What? Multiple? She's like, multiple drugs found in the vehicle, including mushroom, in quotes. Okay. And then it says loss of consciousness. Do you see where I'm looking? What? I do. Okay, was there a loss of consciousness? According to this document, yes. According to this document, yes, she lost consciousness. That's new for me. That is news for me. Where in the report that we just had that firefighter on there talking about, Captain Fire, what? I didn't know that she lost. When did she lose consciousness? Okay. But she says, according to this document, yes. I love how the doctor specifies that according to this document, yes, she lost consciousness. Doctor, underneath that next section where it says initial interventions, there is another spot where it says hemodynamic status. Hemodynamic status. Do you see where I'm looking? That's correct. Yes, I do. Okay, and what was that status? The documented hemodynamic status that we witnessed, the documented in the emergency department included hypotension, meaning systolic blood pressure less than 90 millimeters of mercury. Question, does that mean a low blood pressure? Generally, it means a low blood pressure, yes. Okay, thank you. The next two sections here in bold, doctor says, primary survey. Do you see where I'm looking? Yes. Okay, what are the primary surveys? Could you explain that to the court? Sure. We begin the initial evaluation and resuscitation of the trauma patient according to the standards established in advanced trauma life support. which is the system for evaluation and resuscitation of a trauma patient that's been established by the American College of Surgeons. Question. And underneath the section where it says primary survey, let's first start with airway. It says intact. Is that correct? That is correct. Okay. And does it intact mean normal? Normal breathing and intact airway is normal. Question. Okay, breathing sounds good. What does it say? Normal. Okay, great. Texture. We're going to go to this. We're going to skip and go here. Okay, it says pupils, and then it says the acronym. Pearl, could you explain that? Okay, so she says this. And then, okay, and GCS, what does that mean? That's the abbreviation for Glasgow Coma Scale. Okay, and we've heard it prior, but what is that? It is a quick way to assess a patient's neurological status. Okay, and what's the highest level of score reached? 15. And referring to your records here for Miss Mackenzie SHiRILla on 7/31 at approximately 7:44 a.m., the report says 7:45 a.m. So we go to here, and this is saying at 7:44, what was her Glasgow scale score? So I'd be making a note as, did you give this test? Or do you, because it's saying it was documented as being 15. Okay. This is important because all she's taking is that's what was given to her from EMS, in my opinion, but it does not get differentiated. So it's like, wait, no, it was 13, not 15 according to the guy. Yes, we're going to get into that. Because what I'm trying to say here is that you did all of this in how long, and we don't even get to this. So it's like, it was documented as being 15. And that's why I said, did you give this test? The reason that I'm asking, did you give this test? Because it's a different score. And so you need to figure that out. Because it was 13. So did you give your own test? And it's interesting that you'd be able to start and finish a test before you say that she arrives there at 7:45. Because it says at 7:44, this was at approximately 7:44. What was, exactly, that's why you have to figure out where it comes from. Now, doctor, I'm going to now bring you down to the secondary survey. Do you see where I'm looking? And then, but this goes back to her saying that that's why the prosecutor here, I'd be objecting to lax, like, where is this coming from? Where is the score coming from? Did she give this test? So she's like, now can you go down here to the secondary survey? Do you see where I'm looking? Yes. Okay, if you could start with blood pressure, pulse, all this stuff, right? And what does it say that it is? 100/53. Okay. Then, whoopsies. We documented 85 beats a minute, a temperature of 98.5 degrees, a respiratory rate of 25 breaths per minute, a height of 5 feet 7 inches, and a weight of 90 pounds, and an oxygen saturation of 98%. Let's first start with blood pressure. Did you determine that that was within normal range? It could be, yes. Okay, what about pulse? Okay, yes. Temperature. Was that within the normal range? Okay. And I see for respiratory rate, it has a red 25. What does that mean? That means the number is abnormal. Okay, thank you. And why is that number abnormal? That is higher than what we would typically expect. Okay, and what would you typically expect for this level? Generally, we consider a respiratory of less than 20 to be normal. Okay. Doctor, next, we have, this is all the neurology tests that they had. Could you read the Neurology. What does it state? The medical record states alert and oriented, appropriate strength, symmetrical, no sensory defects. Okay, head, what's that section? What's documented here is no lacerations, bony step-offs. That is a typo or an abrasions, mid-face stable to palpation. I mean, ecmosis over the right eye. Okay, and no lacerations. I get that one. What is the bony? Okay, a bony step-off is an irregularity in the surface of the bone that can be felt through the skin. Okay. It often implies that a bone is broken. So there are multiple bones that are present in the face. The midface is generally considered to be below the level of the eyes, but above the level of the upper commissure of the mouth. Stable to palpation can suggest that there may not be any bones broken. I'm sorry, there may not be what? A midface being stable is normal, okay. And implies that there might not be bones that are broken. Okay. Ecmosis over the eye is a medical term for bruising. Okay, and what is it regards to the eyes? You've already described that her pupils were reacting normally. Correct. Doctor, keep going to page 15, please. Let's go to appears. What is that long word? That refers to a bloody eardrum. Okay. There was no bloody eardrum recognized here, right? No, on either side, that's correct. None. Okay, the nose. The exam was documented. Septum, midline, no. That is all normal. Okay, oral cavity without trauma, that is normal. Okay, next. All of this is normal. So I'm not gonna, we need to get to the good shit. Okay. Question. Was there any, so an EFAS was performed by our emergency department staff that was positive in the right upper quadrant. A chest x-ray was performed. I believe that to be a typo where it says no acute x-ray. I suspect that means no acute fractures. So it's a typo. Okay, x-ray pelvis is documented as no acute fracture. Okay, thank you. Underneath that next section, it says past medical history. Do you see that? I do. Okay, could you explain to us how you would obtain someone's past medical history? Sometimes the patients can tell us. Okay. We also often receive information from family or friends. Okay. And here it says talked to mother. Do you see that? I do. Okay. And would that indicate that the mother was the one that informed somebody on the team? Somebody on the team? And I'm like over here like, hello, who? Somebody on the team, who, what? She then says, who then entered it into the medical record. Well, I would want to know the date and time that this was entered into the medical record. Because are we talking about 7:44 in the morning that we're going through all of this? When was this, when would talk to the mom? When was the mom made aware about this and when did she get there? When did this all happen? Okay. Question. Okay. And do you recall who discussed these records prior? Is that right? Or I'm sorry, she's like, question. And do you recall we discussed these records prior? Is that correct? Like meaning the prosecutor and this doctor. And she says, we have. Do you recall approximately when that would have been entered? I do not know when it would have been entered. What? Oh, I agree. You should check out my Sunset Secrets. Sheldon Jeter Jr. We're doing it for him. We just got all of his transcripts. Look at this. I can't believe this. I do not know when it would have been entered. I find that hard to believe. You don't know when that would have been entered? I think you would know. I'm over here like, why not? Past physical history. Again, where would you have received that information from? We could have either received that information from the patient, a family member, or a friend. Okay, and lastly, pre-admission medication. It says none. Okay, and where did you obtain that information from? We could have. Again, it's all saying we could have because she does not know. And what he needs to lay here out on the record is that you don't know any of this shit, right? I have no idea. This is just what the paperwork says. And you didn't do it, right? No, I did not. I do not remember this case. That's what she says. And I'm over here like, what? This was just another day at the office. So it says, okay, and it says none about medications. Okay, and where would you have obtained that information from? We could have asked the patient, a family member, or friends. And I'm over here saying, but you didn't. Okay, so after consulting with any of these people, she never testified to this. In fact, she never said she did any of this work. Where the fuck is your attorney? Okay, so after consulting or consultation with any of these people, the only thing listed here is per mother. That's the only thing that is listed here. That is correct. And no additional medical history listed. There is no additional medical history listed here. That is correct. Okay, thank you. Allergies. It says NKDA. Do you know what that is? I do see that. Okay, and what does that mean, doctor? That is a medical abbreviation for no known drug allergies. Okay, social history. So you see that section? I do. And how would the staff obtain someone's social history? We can ask a patient. We can ask their family or their friends. Do you recall in this case if the patient was asked? I do not know if the patient was asked. Wait till you see this next answer that she gives. Okay, under social history, what does it say, please? It says denies tobacco, ETOH, which is a medical abbreviation for alcohol and drug use. Thank you. Turn to page 16. I'm going to kind of go towards the middle of the page. So do you see where it says review of system? I do. Okay. The court say, I'm sorry, what page are we on? 16. Let's first start with skin. And I'm not going to go through this part. We're going to go to this next section here, which is neurological. And she says, so do you see that? I do. And if you could describe that statement. Again, the statement here is negative symptoms of seizures, weaknesses, gait problems, numbness, burning, pain, tremors, or memory loss. And I'm like, what? How could it, like, who, if you're there and you're asking somebody, do you know how you got here? What happened? We already know that she didn't know from the point of, if you're taking a bunch of information from here, that's why you have to lay this out. Do you receive, like you already said, the EMS, like whatever they type up, right? And in it, you already said consciousness was an issue. Was she unconscious? That's what they said. When did that occur? Also, there is memory loss because she doesn't know anything on on what happened. So like you'd be making notes of this, and when this is all coming out in testimony, you're making notes in your notebook on what this person is testifying to. As we discussed yesterday, so look at this, then you would want to highlight this. This question right here leads to this doctor saying, as we discussed yesterday, meaning this doctor just talked to the prosecutor the day before. And so it's really important to make that note. But the question was, okay, so no signs of fainting, seizure, weakness. Can I ask you a question, doctor, with regard to these sections? Does this mean negative symptoms currently, or if you had any type of knowledge that this patient or a patient had a history of seizures, weaknesses, would you note those in this section? Answer. As we discussed yesterday, the timeline for documentation of symptoms and the review of symptoms is not always clear. So we don't know when we documented any of this shit. So from the time that she came in to the time that she left, you're saying that there is no way to say when you observed this stuff? And if you're meeting up yesterday, and this is the type of questions that were being asked of you, right? Okay, then she's like, okay, well, if we believed that the symptoms are contributory to the patient being injured, I imagine that most of my partners and I would document them here. I imagine that we would, like, again, she didn't do any of this. Watch what she's about to say. So, for example, she says, if we received a report from emergency medical services that the patient had suffered a seizure prior to their trauma, boom. So back when she's saying that we're taking reports from them. But you need to lay that. You need to make that crystal clear because we have an issue. So, for example, if we received a report from emergency medical services that the patient had suffered a seizure prior to their traumatic injury, we would have noted it here. And so my question here that I would have made is, but if it isn't reported, you can't document it, right? Saying that, but you can't document something that if it wasn't properly documented on their end, correct? Correct. Because we're just taking the information from their report. Correct. Yeah. And if they didn't document something correctly, right, and they didn't write it down, then your report wouldn't be accurate, right? Next is, we're going to go to, again, fast forward that this is negative for, we're going to go to, okay. So when a patient arrives at Metro Health for trauma evaluation, there's a standard set of labs that we get on virtually every patient. That's what's documented in this basic lab, in the basic labs. So if you could just explain, as far as a trauma patient, how do you decide what his basic lab is? See that? Okay, doctor, we're going to go through these labs starting with page 16. And see, we're going to go to none detected from right here. For our laboratory, that value is less than 10. Okay. So if you're less than 10, that means that there is none or little ethanol detected in your system. Is that correct? Again, leading. Detected in the patient's blood as determined by our laboratory. Okay. And what was the result for Mackenzie SHiRILla, her ethanol level? It's documented as being less than 10. Okay. And do you see where it says reference Yes, I do. What does it say there? None detected. Okay, thank you. And let's go back to my first question, doctor. You said that the first lab here, this is abnormal or high, is under the basic metabolical panel, and that is on page 17. Is that correct? That is correct. Okay, and you said glucose level, you said that that was high. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Her liver enzymes were abnormal for many reasons, including traumatic injury could be presented in something. Yep. Next. The value after which is listed as being abnormal is 81%. The next number after that, which is listed as being abnormal. So there's like a ton of stuff that's listed as abnormal. But guess what? You'd have to sit down with a doctor or a surgeon and go through all of this. And then he didn't do anything like that. So, doctor, these levels you just described, high glucose, high lactates, high kidney levels of enzymes levels, high white blood cells, low levels, all this shit, right? High, low. Could this be consistent? So that could be, the question is, are these results that could be consistent with an individual who had just suffered a traumatic injury in a motor vehicle? Yes, ma'am. Now we go to CT. Okay, is it coming as a CAT scan? Yep. Okay, and underneath findings, it says no acute intracranial abnormality. Do you see that? I do. Okay, doctor, what does that mean? It means that as reviewed by our radiologist, there was nothing seen on the CT scan of the head that indicated an acute traumatic injury. If you did a CAT scan of the head, doctor, would that reflect ongoing disease that was occurring in the head or the brain? A CAT scan may not detect all ongoing diseases at the time in a patient's head. If a person suffered a stroke, might you be able to see results? It is possible that we could see that on a CAT scan. Question. Okay, and again, that was not noted here or seen. That was not seen here. That is correct. Thank you. CAT scan of face. If you could just briefly, were there any injuries found? According to this document, no. Okay, what about testing of neck? According to this document, excuse me, are you referring to the CT? Yes. According to this document, see how everything's according to this document? Yes, an injury was found. CTA of neck. Okay, and what was that injury? Bilateral internal carotid and left vertebral artery dissections. Sure. And could you explain in layman's terms what that means? Sure. So sometimes there are certain injuries, patterns that can cause stretching of the carotid arteries and the vertebral arteries. These arteries are the arteries that feed blood from the body to the head and the brain. Well, that's interesting. Sometimes when these arteries are stretched during the course of traumatic event, the lining of the blood vessels can tear, and that's what was detected here on the CT. What could cause this? That's what I mean. Like, what could this cause? Like, what are the, if this was to happen, then what are the symptoms from that? Like, what could you... So, and again, it says, the question was, is that an injury that's consistent with a motor vehicle crash? Yes, but I don't care about that. I care about what it can cause. Like, what could that lead to? Okay, thank you. Doctor, the next page. I'm sorry, I'm on the same page. My bad. So they talk about the injuries that they physically could see. Then we go to, okay, doctor. Okay, take a look at this. Doctor, in your view of these medical records, did you come to learn as you were reviewing these medical records if there was ever surgery performed on first Mackenzie SHiRILla's knees? Yes, I believe there was surgery performed on Miss SHiRILla's knees or on Miss SHiRILla's knee. Okay. Did you come to find out, or did you come to find that there was surgery performed on her elbow? I believe on review of her records that there was surgery on her elbow. I'm over here like, she didn't perform the fucking surgery? And for the record, you did not perform those surgeries. Is that correct? That is correct. What? Doctor, with regards to the medical records, are you aware if there were any referrals made after? Strike that. Let me rephrase. Were there any referrals for any kind of follow-up on her cardiac or her heart system? Are you aware of that? I am not aware of that, but it certainly could have happened. Okay. Same thing for neurological. Are you aware if she referred to any? I'm not aware. Okay, doctor. I know this is going to be kind of hard. But I'm going to hop forward in your book to page 360. So this freaking binder is loaded. Okay. What page? 360. Thank you. Doctor, page 360. I am looking at the top of it. If you could see the box where it says neurological exam, there's a box on that page. Do you see that? I do. Okay. And you see where it says, yep, I'm going to reference where it says level of, I'm sorry, strike that. First, I'm going to draw your attention to the upper left-hand corner. Do you see a date and time on that document? It looks like the date and time is July 31st at 7:24. Boom! She's not at the hospital yet. 7:45 is at the hospital. This report is not from the hospital. She does not get to the hospital until 7:45 when she gets into the bay. That's what, I mean, you guys can go all through this with me. I'm just going based off of this timeline. 7:44 was the first time that they start doing anything. And I'm over here like, this is the reason this is important is because this is from Life Flight, or it's even potentially the EMS, because they couldn't have performed anything on her. They couldn't have done this, whatever this was at 7:24 that was done. This isn't from the hospital, from the understanding of reading this transcript, that she wasn't documented as being to the hospital until 7:44, 7:45. So when I saw this timestamp of 7:24, I said, who the fuck did this? Well, not the doctors. Thank you, she says. Okay. So July 31st at 7:24, is that correct? That's what I see. Okay, thank you. Underneath where it says this exam of consciousness, could you read for the record what that says, please? It says alert. Do you understand that this would completely contradict to unconsciousness? Because somewhere along the line, there was unconsciousness because it was reported. It says alert. Remember, she was labeled as being not alert by the ambulance people, by the first, and then now here, she's alert. Okay. Alert. Now it says, okay, paralyzed? No. Okay. And then it says neuro comments. Is that correct? The words neuro comments do appear. Okay. And what does it say next to those words? How is she testifying to a report that she did not author? She has no, and this dude is just sitting there. And this woman is just reading a report that has nothing to do with any of her work. Alert, it says. So it says, okay, well, what does it say next to those words? Alert, oriented to name and current circumstances, but without recall of collision. But so under that, like memory loss, it says no memory loss. This is from a report that EMS did not do because they did not have her at 724. This is from the life flight, is how I am seeing this. Okay. Question. And then I'm going to direct you all the way down to the box, doctor. Do you see where it says mental status? I'm sorry. Yes, at the very bottom. Yes, at the very bottom. Answer. I do see the words mental status. Question. Okay. And what are the words next to the words mental status? If you could read those for the record, please. What? Oriented person, oriented place, oriented time. I've been objecting my ass off. Oriented event. Thank you. Doctor, the next page, 361. And I'll draw your attention all the way to the bottom of that page underneath where it says addendum. Do you see that? You know what that means? I do see that. Okay. And if you could read for the record, please, what is the date and time of that? The date and time is listed as being July 31st, 2022 at 9:08. So she's definitely at the hospital. This is an addendum. Okay. And the comment section starts 17-year-old female. Is that correct? That is correct. I do see those words. Could you read that, please? 17-year-old female, apparent driver of car collided against. And that's it. Car collided against. Okay. What? Okay, so now if you go to the next page, page 362, do you see where it says patient without recall? Sorry, it's very small. It's just the next portion of the page. Patient without recall of circumstances of timing of collision. Do you see that? If you could just start, you can start reading. You can start reading what? No, you can't. The top of the page. Okay, building with heavy vehicular damage. 2 other occupants deceased per EMS. Unknown time of accident. Found by passerby sometime later. Patient without recall of circumstances or timing of collision. Would you like me to continue? Yes. Unknown LOC. Unknown location, which is abbreviated for, oh, no, it's unknown loss of consciousness. Well, somebody said that she was unconscious in one of the reports. This is unknown. Okay. Brief extraction from entrapment. Brief. By, okay, an ambulance briefly prior to our arrival on scene. Wait, what? This contradicts. Whose report is this from? Because remember, he said that he had to help her out. And now this report is saying, is this from the life flight guy? I mean, where is this? What's going on here? Do you understand, like, when you're just having her read this, he should be objecting to, where is this from? Did you create this document? Did you put, no, I didn't do any of this. Okay, then I object to all of this. Patient awake alert, appropriate, clearly articulated verbal response and reliably following commands. Complaining of pain with movement of right knee or right elbow associated with obvious deformity, but intact distal sensory motor perfusion of both chest and pelvis exam benign. Thank you, doctor. Next, doctor, page 363. Do you see this? I do. This is unbelievable. Okay. And what is documented here on page 363 as far as, do you know what this test is? What this test reflects? I do. What is it? This appears to be an electrocardiogram. Okay. EKG. In layman's terms, yes. Okay. And what does an EKG monitor? An EKG is an elevation of the electrical activity within the heart. Okay. And what were the results of the EKG for Mackenzie SHiRILla? To me, this appears to be a normal exam. Doesn't state results though. Objection. Like, you need to, what is it? What do you mean this appears to be a normal exam? We need you to, what does it say? What do you mean it appears to be a normal exam? What kind of fucking answer is that? Thank you. And again, this is July 31st of 2022. Is that correct? That is correct. Thank you. Doctor, I'm going to draw your attention. Flip over to page 372. And there, doctor, I am. Okay, draw your attention to this page. Do you see in the middle of the page where it says interval history events? Do you see that? I do. I do. Okay. And what is this section? When our division documents a daily progress note on a patient, we like to keep a section updated with how the patient came to be at the hospital, how the patient came to be on our services or service, and then the relevant events that have transpired since admission. Okay. And under hospital course, do you see where I'm looking? I do. Okay, question. And then at the bottom where it says 8/6/2022. So this is August 6th. So she was there from July 31st. Then at least we know August 6th, 2022. Okay. So that would go on your little timeline. Do you see the relevant event? I do. Okay. And what does that event note there on 8/6/2022? She is just reading from a report into this, not her report. Could you read what that says, please? Patient insisting she goes to deceased boyfriend's funeral on 8/7. Threatens to leave against medical advice or kill herself if she is not allowed to go. I said, oh my God. No personal knowledge of any of this shit. And this dude just sits there. Who wrote this? Because this doctor did not. She's going to tell us. Multiple attempts made to redirect and reason with her were unsuccessful. Thank you, doctor. Thank you for just reading that for us. Doctor, my next almost done. My next couple of questions are based off of a medical records number 2 in the binder. If I could draw your attention to binder 2. Yeah, please direct my attention. Sure. This is exhibit 8. Mm-hmm. Do you see, as far as states exhibit 8, doctor, the front page, is that the certification? Is that the certification page or another certification page as you described prior? It is. I'm going to draw your attention, if you could, to page starting with page 46 now. Well, what certification page is it? I'm like, what? What is it? Let me know when you're there, doctor. I am there at 46, man. Okay, I'm going to draw your attention to the bottom of the page 46 where it starts to read art therapy notes. I said, objection. You need to get Voidar. Like, what? Voidar. What is going on here? What is this? Art therapy notes. Do you see that? I do. Okay, and if you could, doctor, starting with the narrative note, where it says narrative note, art therapist, could you please, she is going to read from what the art therapist wrote down? And look at this fucking idiot. Ronald McDonald over here. He's just sitting here. Art therapist, could you please read what the medical records reflect underneath the narrative note? Art therapist entered room. Patient was getting into bed from nursing care. Presenting as frustrated. Art therapist introduced self-therapy service role and benefit to patient and her mother. Patient initially accepted then. On the next page, could you please continue? Answer. Declined art therapy service at this time, but agreed to discussion. Art therapist attempted to begin session with a structured intervention for patient to color coffee filter leaf cutoffs with markers. I have a question about all of this. Is this client therapist privilege? Is this some type of like privilege here? I mean, there's just a lot. I just have a question about that. But regardless, this is not the person who wrote the notes, and this is not the art therapist on the stand. And she is just reading this report into the record. Patient stated she would be interested to attempt coloring, then declined due to focus on her grief. Patient then became tearful, processing heavy loss and depression since her accident. Patient shared feelings of grief, guilt, and shame. Patient stated she wanted to die and that it was her fault for killing her boyfriend. Are you her fault for killing her boyfriend? That sentence doesn't even make any sense. That sentence is absolutely wild. It is her fault for killing her boyfriend. It's a very interesting way of putting it. Art therapist acknowledged the feelings as normal. So somebody was monitoring what was going on between the art therapist and Mackenzie SHiRILla in like spying on them to be writing down. I mean, I'm just curious of where the privacy would be with this. Does she not? So she doesn't have any privacy rights in the hospital? I don't know. I asked these questions just to, just bring up some issues here. Patient stated she wanted to die and that it was her fault for killing her boyfriend. And art therapist acknowledged the feelings as normal. Hey, those are normal feelings and a part of grieving. Also noting the blame patient was putting on herself. She was putting all this blame on herself. Thank you, doctor. And the last page I would like to direct your attention to is page 50. I'm there. Okay, I'm going to draw your attention halfway through underneath where it says, do you see where it says narrative? Again, everything's in narrative. Yep, I do. Could you start with at the beginning of session? What? Like, what is this? Do you see that? Or I'm sorry, at AT began session. You see that? I do see that. Okay. Could you just read? Couldn't you just read from starting there? I'm like, what the hell? Can you just read this in? Can you just read this? No, you can't. Objection. This is not proper. Can you just read this? You're supposed to read it to yourself. Does this recollect your memory of blah, blah, blah? But that's not what's happening here at all. And he's just sitting there. It says, okay, so AT began session with a structured intervention for patient to engage with coloring coffee filter paper for building verbal engagement and processing grief. Patient made independent choices of color and composition, choosing blues and greens for a maple leaf. She stated the design represented a pot leaf. Patient began, thank you. Sorry, doctor. Just wanted her to get that in. And then on to the next page, if you could, page 51, I am there. That was part of that note. And I'm going to pick you up where it starts to say, it's the last one in that section. Parent created artwork. If you can start there, please. What? Objection to testifying. That was part of that note. Do you see that right there? Objection. I have a problem with Miss Allison here testifying. Patient responded to art therapy with goals related to increased self-expression. Her answer is, she's like, I'm sorry. That's okay. It says patient created artwork. I'm so sorry. That's okay. Patient created artwork depicting a marijuana leaf with a heart in the center. Okay, thank you. Doctor, overall, as far as your review of these medical records, did all of these injuries that were observed by you that Miss SHiRILla had, were those injuries consistent with the motor vehicle crash? They were. She didn't view Mackenzie SHiRILla though. Ready? Watch this. They were, along with her blood work. Is that correct? They were. Doctor, while you were treating, look at this. Doctor, while you were treating this individual, did you yourself observe any indication of emergent situation or anything emergent? Based on my evaluation of Miss SHiRILla on July 31st, 2022, I did not find a reason for her to have crashed her car. Thank you, doctor. Nothing further. And now I'm like, oh my God, what can we expect from this fucking ham? And this is where I'm going to leave us off is they come back. Doctor, my name, Jim McDonnell. How are you doing this afternoon, doctor? How are you? Not so well. Look at this. She says, how are you? Back to him. But there's no answer that she gives when he asks, how are you? She's like, how are you? Not so well. I guess you're doing, huh? Okay, look at this. What? He says, how are you? Not so well, I guess you're doing, huh? Okay, I'm going to ask you a series of questions. If any time you don't understand a question, just ask me to repeat it or rephrase it. Fair enough? Here's the question. I'm going to fall over. How much time did you spend with Mackenzie? I do not recall. Could it have been as little as 5 minutes? It could have been. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. Why did you, and he knew this, why did you let her testify to any of this shit? You guys, the question here, how much time did you spend with Mackenzie? I do not recall. Question, could it have been as little as 5 minutes? It could have been. Okay, you're working all the time and you just simply can't remember this particular case, right? I don't remember this particular case well. And now that blew me because here, if the cops are so weary of this case, right, in this situation and the prosecutor and everybody, you're going to be working with you would think, right? This is where police are coming in. And is it normal that police come always in and question and they keep, Mackenzie being there till the 6th, or remember, I don't even know, maybe when she was released, but this isn't, how does this not stick out? How is this not sticking out if there would be all this attention? And if the police are trying to come and ask questions upon your staff, like, this case should stick out. But she says, I don't remember this particular case well. Question. Okay. I noticed that in the records and specific pages that you were directed to, there are many times where there was POTS written down, but you weren't asked any questions about that, right? I do not recall being asked questions about POTS today. And now this is what this dipshit thinks that he can just do. And it's just, you need to dig in here. Question. What is POTS? Answer. I believe it's referring to postural orthostic. I don't know. It's POTS. Okay. Well, what is that? It's a disease in which patients sometimes have low blood pressure and higher heart rate. That's exactly what her situation was. Right? Tachycardia. The only thing that we have is ineffective assistance of counsel. No privilege exists when a client waives it or fails to object. Thanks a lot, Ronald McDonald. There is absolutely no innocent until proven guilty. In my opinion, that's a fairy tale. It is. Look at this. And in the meantime, you're just sitting there screaming and praying that he's going to do and say the things a defense attorney should do and say. Absolutely. Absolutely. But this is why I have no idea why you would not be walking away from this man after this charade. Because it gets worse. It doesn't get better. Okay. Are there other symptoms associated with POTS? It's not a disease I treat. So I don't know. Okay. Would you agree that some of the symptoms are lightheadedness? It could be. With fainting, that is possible. Difficulty thinking, it could be. And concentrating, that is possible. Fatigue, it could be. Headache, that is possible. Blurry vision, it could be. Palpitations, that is possible. Tremor, it could be. And nausea, that is possible. Okay, you were asked some questions about seizures, right? Yes. Someone could have a seizure and 5 minutes after appear to be normal, right? I think it's possible. Not only is it possible, but it's not abnormal. I would not be able to answer that question in the affirmative. Okay. So this is where you would have somebody that could, and you'd be calling them to the stand after you did all this, right? Not only is it possible, but it's it's not abnormal. Well, okay. And is that because that's outside the scope of your area of expertise? That is correct, sir. So remember this whole thing about you have to hold them what they said in their opening statement. In his opening statement, this is the only thing that was left. Okay. When you take all the reasonable stuff, blah, blah, this is the only thing that was left. Well, how could that be? Because if this doctor is saying that she's not This isn't what she does, right? So she can't give you anything. You would need to go and talk to somebody that would be, right? Treat POTS, right? And I would be pointing out if that didn't happen, then they did not eliminate every possible, right? Hello? Like, people need to listen. People need to fucking listen. And you could have got the audio transcripts like immediately. And have heard exactly how Tim went about laying this out. And I would be pointing out that they didn't. And they never met with her except for what? I would be asking, like, okay, you'd mentioned on the stand that you met yesterday with the prosecutors. When else did you meet with the prosecutors? Like, these are just things you need to know. And there should be reports. Like, do you have a report of the prosecutor meeting with her yesterday? Is there a report on that? You can't have like private conversations with people. You need to report that. Where is a report that this doctor met with the prosecutors the day before? Was it documented to you and was it given to you prior to this day? Were you blindsided by that? Because that's a pretty quick, to get that information over to you. Was that disclosed? It's a Brady violation. That should have been recorded. That is correct, sir. It's out of my scope. Okay, because what is the scope of your area of expertise? I'm board certified in general surgery. I'm also board certified in surgical critical care. Okay, and board certified means you not only are a good doctor, but you took a test and you're better than most doctors because you passed that test, right? What the fuck is that? She says, it means that I completed a course of training that allowed me to sit for a certification exam that I passed. Okay, you're a surgeon. That is correct. Okay, blood oxygen of 82. What does that signify to you? What are the units for 82 out of 100? When they give you that, you put so you mean a blood oxygen saturation of 82%? Thank you. Yes. What does that mean to you? That seems low. That's really low, right? That seems low for a normal adult human being. Okay. How many people do you think you've treated in the emergency room over the course of your career? Hundreds or more? Hundreds or more? Hundreds would mean that if you work 250 days a year, you've been doing surgery for how long? I've been practicing since 2017. So that's 7 years. So you've worked over 1,000 days, right? Yes. Okay. And you've seen approximately how many patients on average a day? On an average day, it could be as few as 0 or as many as I'm sure I've had days where I've seen 30. Okay. So let's just go in the middle then, say 15. Sure, 15. Sure, 15 times 1,000 is 15,000 people you've seen, right? Would you accept sure, that seems like a reasonable number. Okay, how many people have you seen with a pulse ox of 82? That's a very specific number. I couldn't testify under oath how many people I've seen with that exact number of 82. I'm not asking for an exact number. Give us your best guess. I'm sure I've seen many patients with an ox saturation of 82. So out of 15,000 people, you've seen maybe 10, right? I think I've seen more than that. More than 20? I think I've seen more than that. 30? I think I've seen more than that. We could keep going, or you could just tell me what the number is that you think to the best of your ability. I wouldn't feel comfortable answering one way or another. I think I've seen a number of people. on an oxygen saturation of 82 at some point in their hospital stay. Less than 100. Your Honor, I'm going to object. He asked, it might overruled 100 because he's saying 100 people. Less than 100? Question mark. It might, overruled. She can answer. It might be more than that. It's rare, right? Question mark. In my line of work, a low oxygen saturation is not necessarily uncommon because patients are critically ill. And one of the things that can happen when you are critically ill is that your oxygen saturation can be low. Okay, that means you're critically ill, though. You guys, how many times have you ever been in a car accident, all right? And nothing happens to you, right? In terms of physically. I would ask about shock. I would ask about, well, so you just said physically ill. Was Mackenzie physically ill to have the oxygen saturation of 82? Right? You were asked some, so he has her saying this right here. And this is what I've noticed about this guy. He thinks that judges just, I don't know, either just get it or read his mind or whatever. But he stops. He's got this person saying this right here. And he doesn't explain exactly, okay, you just said critically ill. Was Mackenzie critically ill? What does that mean, critically ill? Describe that for me. But he's just all over the place. He's then he says, you were asked some questions about drugs. That's what the fuck he says. You were asked some questions about drugs. I was asked questions about drugs. Answer was her answer. About mushrooms, right? I was asked to read a line containing the word mushroom. Exactly. I'm so glad that she answered it that way. Okay. Damn, maybe she was in and out of consciousness. She fucking was. And this guy sucks big old dicks. Okay. We should mail him a nice bobblehead and make his head into a fucking huge penis. Because this guy's a joke. Her attorney. Nobody deserves representation like this. Tim could win hungover after a fucking 5-day binge against this man. This is disgusting. He's horrible. He doesn't do anything. So here, you were asked some questions about drugs. I was asked questions about drugs, about mushrooms, right? I was asked to read a line containing the word mushroom. And I love how she said that, because you would say exactly. What, if anything, look at that. What, if anything, do you know about mushrooms? They're fungi, man. It is also a slang term for some types of drugs that are obtained illegally. Give me some shrooms, motherfucker. The shrooms is the slang. Mushrooms. It's hilarious. Are they hallucinogenics? Yeah, right? The substance that are used as illicit drugs, I think. I would love to see Esther, yeah, they can be based on what I've heard. Based on what I've heard. Sure. And learned being in the emergency room and in your studies, correct? Don't you have people tripping out coming in that motherfucker? That is correct. And it makes people hallucinate, right? It can make people hallucinate. Now, you talked a lot. You testified for about an hour And wouldn't it be fair to say most of it, you have no independent recollection of what you testified to? There are things that I testified to today that I do not have an independent recollection of. That is correct. What do you mean there are things? The whole thing is because you have no recollection of this case, and you just said, how much time did you spend with Mackenzie? I do not recall. Well, could it be less than 5 minutes? Yes, it could have been. That is absolutely mind-blowing. She was there for over a week at least. I have no idea because I just said, hey guys, I'm going to go get the transcripts and let's see what's up. Let's read these transcripts. And we got somebody on the stand that has spent less than 5 minutes with Mackenzie. So then who was doing all this, and where is the defense attorney going up and saying, okay, well, who else was, I need to talk to these people. We need to talk to these people. Because why would the state use her versus these other people? You have to ask yourselves these questions. You're going to try to present the best evidence. And we have to go to somebody who saw Mackenzie SHiRILla 5 minutes or less? There's something wrong with that. Just saying. And you certainly don't know how that information was put into those medical records. It was probably, Your Honor, objection calls for speculation, probably typed or dictated into the medical record, but you don't know who provided that information. The notes have an author, that's what she's saying. The notes have an author. Okay. Which implies that they were the person who put that into the medical record. Is your name anywhere on there as an author of any of those notes? She says yes. You should already know this. For how many pages? I don't know how many, approximately. I don't know how many pages it comes out to when printed on a piece of paper. But you don't know how the information was received or when, right, in general. In all of her medical records, sir? Yes. Well, some of the information documented in the medical record would have been generated by our laboratory or our radiology department. That's not the narrative part. Like, she's going... Like, he's an idiot. This guy is an absolute fucking moron. Some of the information, she says, in the medical record would have been written in there by staff at Metro Health Medical Center providing care to Miss SHiRILla. And then there are documents listed in this medical record which seem to have been scanned in from EMS run sheets. Thank you. And she says nothing about Lifeline. EMS did not have her at 724. You were asked to read portions where the record said that Mackenzie had no recollection, right? I did read those words. That is correct. And it was consistent throughout the medical records that she had no recall of the event, right? I did not review every page listed in these two binders, but from the sections that I reviewed today in the court, that is correct. Well, what about ever? You said today. What about ever? Did you ever read? Because you said that you reviewed this, right? Did you ever read that? And let's go back. This is how I would be asking her questions. Well, did you ever read that? Do you have any reason to believe that you saw something over the course of reviewing these records that are inconsistent with that continued statement? Also, let's go back to this. I guess the prosecutor and you guys chatted yesterday. Where was that at? How did that come about? Wild. Did they have a recorder? Did he take notes? I wasn't there though, right? Because I was at Ronald McDonald's house, right? Okay. And that's not normal as it relates to someone who was involved in a serious car accident, right? That is not abnormal. That is correct. And in fact, that is typical. I don't know if I would describe it as typical. Many patients come to us having perfect recall of the traumatic event in which they were involved. Many other patients do not. You'd want to correlate, though, her 82, okay, to her condition matches, right, the recall, her not being able to recall things, her vital signs, right? That's consistent with not being able to recall things, right? That's what you want to show. And then you want to say, yeah, these people that you're talking about that come in and can tell you about everything, they're not having an 82 oxygen, right? God damn. This guy sucks. Question. You talked about some reads, blood levels that were abnormal, right? I did talk about that. That is correct. Were any of those readings consistent with someone who has POTS? That's not what you do. POTS is outside of my scope because that's why you don't do it, because you already know that she fucking said that, you stupid son of a bitch. And so how you would actually question and say that is you would say what I just said, that someone that comes in and can clearly articulate everything to you and they can recall everything, they don't have the 82, right? That's not the 82. Those aren't the critically ill people, correct? And so you're unable to say here today, because this is not your expertise as POTS, right? Did you refer them, meaning the prosecution, did they ever ask you if you have an expertise in POTS? Did you ever refer them to somebody that does in your practice, in your care, in your facility, throughout the hospital? Who could they have gone and talked to? Did you refer them to go talk to that person? Did anybody that's a specialty with POTS treat Miss SHiRILla? But yet POTS is written all over these, these pages. This guy sucks. Again, just because you pass some fucking bar exam does not mean that you know how to oral argue. Does not mean that you know how to connect dots. It definitely doesn't mean that you're not lazy. And this guy is lazy as fuck. He does not deserve to be practicing. And Kim Kardashian would wax his ass. He sucks. This isn't effective assistance of counsel at all. I'm sorry. Again, it has nothing to do about her as a person, has nothing to do with her family. And if you don't know how to separate the two, then that's your problem, not mine. This is about, if Karen Reed did not have any experts testifying for her, Karen Reed would be in prison. And that is a period, end of story statement. If Karen Reed was represented by this man right here, Karen Reed would be spending the rest of her life in prison, period. I believe if Richard Allen had different attorneys, he would be not in prison right now. Unbelievable. This, look at this. This lazy fuck. Look at, that's my note. This lazy fuck. Just that's how I feel about the guy. And I feel about the guy because of his work. Unreal, man. Question. because he set himself up there to say that now POTS is outside of my scope of practice, so I do not know. Okay, high glucose. Does that mean that you have high blood sugar and you're likely to faint or could faint? All it means is that your blood sugar is high. Like this doctor is probably looking at this man like, you're a fucking idiot because you could have toe tagged me. And I was not happy to be here to testify because I cannot believe that they're calling me. Because you're setting me up. If I was this doctor, I would have been pissed. But this guy doesn't do his fucking job. Question. And do many people faint when they have high blood sugar? That's not been the case in my experience. Why are you saying this shit? Okay. And then finally, you were asked about some art therapy notes and patient insisting that they go to, I cannot believe this. Go to the funeral, right? I did read those things. You read them. I did. Thank you. No further questions. Oh my God. He doesn't say, you didn't witness that, right? He just says, you read them, right? She's like, I did read those things. You read them. I did. Thank you. Like, I get what he thinks these papal moments are these papal moments, but they suck moments. It's like you have somebody on the rope, but you don't know how to close them out. You don't know how to get there. You read them, right? Okay, so you're not the author of those notes, right? Do you know why you were asked to read those? Who's the art therapist at the hospital? Did you ever talk to her? How much time do you think you spent on this case? Even, you didn't see my client, whatever, just like curious about the case. That you'd be interested into finding out what the hell happened here. None, right? Because you can't even fucking remember this case, right? So your curiosity wasn't even tipped, right? You watched the movie, you watched the show House MD? This wasn't one of those cases that you'd want to try to figure out what the hell happened here, right? It's because it was what? Just another day to you, right? You didn't think it was a big deal? 2 kids died. Think about it. This guy sucks. He just says, thank you. No more further questions. Any redirect? Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly. Did you attend the trial? I attended the trial. And so I have, I can give you a list of reasons why I feel that he was not properly. You don't get a, you don't go and try to obtain a digital forensic expert 2 months before a trial starts. That's just one of the, my list can go on and on and on. It was sad. I still even think that, when you're hearing like no DNA, nothing was linking them, but look at this. Redirect, sure. Doctor, counsel just asked you several times about the 82 or 83 blood ox level. Is that correct? He did. He surely did. Okay, and let me just reiterate. Your response to that was in your realm of trauma. 82 or 83 is not uncommon for blood ox. Is that correct? It is not necessarily uncommon. That is correct. No. Now that's a mischaracterization. You said that it was somebody that was critically ill. It is not necessarily uncommon. That is correct. Okay, but if you recall, when you were going through the medical records, doctor, I had you read from your medical records. a blood ox level of 98. Do you recall that? I do recall that. Which was when? What time? Compared to what time? And after what happened? I do recall that. And do you recall that that was on July 31st at 7:44 a.m. in the morning? Again, this is all leading. $7:44, but this crash happened at 5. So 2 hours later? 2 hours and 15 minutes later? I do recall reading that, yes. Thank you. And counsel asked you a couple questions about POTS. Do you recall when you were reading through the medical records, the section where it says medical history and it says POTS for mother? And it says POTS for mother. Do you remember reading that? I do remember reading that. Okay. Does she mean to say from mother or for? I mean, what does it say for mother? I do remember reading that. Okay. And do you remember describing that that was information that would have been provided by the mother? Is that correct? Well, not if it says for mother. Yes. Okay. And with regards to the mother providing that, but they can't say for certain because she's not the provider. This is why this is crazy to me. She didn't, this is not from her. She has no personal knowledge of any of this. Okay, and with regards to the mother providing that, did it say in that section per EMS POTS with the medical history? I'm sorry, one more time? Did it say in that section for reporting medical history where it said POTS for mother, did it say that POTS was reported by the ENT, that ENT, ears, nose, throat doctor, that transported her to the hospital? Did it say that? Did it say they reported that? They didn't ask for any of those questions. This is why he sucks. No, those words do not appear in that document. Did it say that the patient herself reported a history of this? No, that doesn't. No, I don't believe that that's what that said. Okay. And did any other doctor or any other medical record indicate this was a history? Not to the best of my knowledge. Thank you. And again, the last question, doctor, I may have asked you this. You reviewed many neurological testing and okay, great. I think you read 2 portions were okay. You reviewed. Okay, I think that was okay. Correct. And do you note that the blood pressure was normal? That was at least one blood pressure reading that was normal, and there was at least one blood pressure reading that was abnormal. Okay. And with regards to her heart and her objection, do you recall what was normal? The court says overruled. What's he objecting to? I do not recall reading anything in the record suggesting that her heart and her, sorry, what was the other organ system you asked? Yeah, no. I don't recall reading anything in the medical record documenting that, any of that, other than this diagnosis of POTS provided by her mother. Is that correct? Answer. And that history of POTS was provided by her mother. And no other doctor or ENT on the scene provided that information. Is that correct? Not to the best of my knowledge on July 31st. Thank you, doctor. Look at this. Nothing further. Mr. McDonnell. Anything else? Nothing. Nothing. All right, guys. And that's where we're going to leave off. Your Honor, the state calls Sergeant Adam McQuaid, and actually this is where I want to leave off on, right here. Look at this. Hello, the witness. Hello. Can you come right around here, please? And then sworn him in. Now, Mr. McDonald says, can we approach for a moment? Sure. Discussion at sidebar, so we don't have the sidebars. We're back on the record in the matter of the state of Ohio, right? Present in the courtroom are all of the assistant prosecuting attorneys that have been attending throughout the course of the trial. Attorney James McConnell with his client, Mackenzie SHiRILla, as well as Mackenzie's mother. We did have a sidebar, and Mr. McDonald, based on the information from that sidebar, you had a conversation with your client. This is nuts, you guys. Would you like to place that information in front of me? Sure, Your Honor. May it please the court. The prosecutors kindly provided me with report number Strongsville Police DVR analysis. I neglected to read the bottom part of that page. I neglected. Oh my God, what? I neglected to read the bottom part of the page. That's where the author of the report would be. I neglected to read the bottom part of the page where it says Sergeant Adam McQuaid, who is a Brooklyn police officer and works with other cities to do this type of work. How the hell could you say that you were prepared and you don't even know who did this? I neglected to read the bottom of the report to see who, what? I am the prosecutor presently for the city of Brooklyn. I've dealt with Mr. McQuaid on numerous occasions. This just came to my attention now. What? So you have not prepared any questions. Otherwise, you'd have been ready for Mr. McQuaid was on the witness list. You did not know that he was excuse me, Mr. McQuaid? You couldn't have read the report. This is the report of the reconstruction of this accident. This is how I find out that he is, this is the bind over hearing. This is how I find out that he is the prosecutor presently for the city of Brooklyn, which is right a small little city, old Brooklyn over there, right next to Cleveland, and then catty corner is Strongsville. This just came to my attention now. How in the fuck is that possible? It is not possible. That's why I asked to approach the bench. I then had a conversation with my client, Mackenzie, who's right here, and her mother, who's here. We discussed it, and they would like me to proceed. They understand that the situation is and the relationship, because he knows Mr. McQuaid very well. On the other hand, they also realize, and we talked about this as soon as we got the report, what? That this portion we would have a right to question. What? The court says, so you don't even plan on, just outside of your working with this police officer, you weren't even planning on asking him any questions? Wait, that's what you gathered from that? Mr. McDonald says, as long as they ask the 5 things that are in here, the court, all right. Does the state have any objection to any potential conflict here? And I'm over here like, well, what's the conflict? Mr. Trope says, we have no objection, Your Honor. Okay, Mackenzie, you have had enough time to speak to Mr. McDonald about this with your mother. And do you understand? You can sit down. You don't have to stand, but thank you. Do you understand how this could potentially be a conflict? Yes, Your Honor. You think she understands? Get the fuck out of here. Okay. Mackenzie says, I talked to my attorney, the court. Okay. And do you understand how this could potentially be a conflict because he's representing you, but he also works with that person on a regular basis in a different capacity. This is like Bill Thompson. Okay, Bill Thompson and Payne. This is like Lally and Trooper Paul. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, and you have had enough time to speak to your mom about this too? Yes, Your Honor. The court. All right. And if for some reason you felt uncomfortable with Mr. McDonald continuing to represent you, you would have the right, because this could potentially be a conflict, to see a new lawyer. Is that something that you wish to do, or do you wish to proceed here? I want to keep him. Huh? Okay. Keep Mr. McDonald and proceed and waive any potential conflict here. Yes. Okay, thank you. And mom, same thing? Well, now, yes. What an idiot. Again, how could you be just asked? Do you understand that I believe that her lawyer did that on purpose, just like right there like that? Because how long have you had the report? And that you knew what he did, and that I was negligent to see, and I did not know this. Excuse me, what? This is nuts. We will see you on the next one. Until next time. Yeah.